Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space, beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing. In this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space, beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing. In this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space, beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing in this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over.
Does that mean you know what time it is, Ferris? Yes. Love you too. Can you lay down? Can you lay down? Well, no. Off the desk. Situate yourself. What up, though? What up, though? Stop rubbing on the mic. Settle your hash. You are out of control. Well, we got work to do. No. We got work to do. Jesus Christ. Yes. Just good. Thank you. What up? Oh. How are we today? Thank you for W. Pruitt for your subby. I appreciate that very much. For you early joiners, and give you a little insight. It's publicly available information, right? It's twitchtracker.com, but you can see line go up. Line go up. And this is pretty cool. Like if you want to know, some numbers are missing, some are apparently inaccurate, but going all the way back to July 22nd, which was the first ever stream, all the way to November, or July of 2022 to November 2023. See the dip? Boop, boop. But then nice nice arc between this low point and this point here. That's all you can look for, right? Follower number go up. And like there were some gaps in here in the old days. No gaps anymore. And there's a total hours watched. 8,156. And science and technology, the latest shifted category. 25 average viewers. That might not hold over the long term, but that's more than when I did Detroit Become Human. That was 16 hours straight. Well, not straight, over 2 days. Average of 23 viewers. So it's good. The worst was when I did Minecraft. Actually lost a viewer. For 0.2 viewers. All right. So, and you can enter, like, you do a search, you could pick any streamer. Like, let's do Grumlow. Right? We love that for them. And you can do this with anybody. Whoever your favorite streamer is, just throw them into Twitch tracker and you can actually, what up, Adam? And you can see their the same numbers that they're looking at. We're gonna take a brief look at this. Brian Alexander, educator, education futurist, author of Universities on Fire, Academia Next, into artificial intelligence as it relates to academia and climate change. Ferris, butt out of my face. Settle. And a fellow member of the Epic Beard Association. And we talked a couple of times on Twitter. But they have on a website a list of reading materials, some critical readings on AI for my graduate students, an updated reading list. Mostly articles, blog posts, short stories, Substack posts, a comic strip, and several books. Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, Artificial Intelligence Incident Database, Superintelligence from Nick Bostrom is in here. So I'm going to link this in the Discord for any of you to look through. There's a lot. There's some of the things that I recognize, some that I don't. And this is a good resource. You know what I mean? All right. Vivian Wolf with the balanced take on this. I don't know if you've seen this yet. It's from the 24th, so about 3 days ago. A lot of people taking the mick out of this, and it's true. It's fucking awful, but it's coherent. It's solid verse, chorus, verse shit. It's bad, but it's actually a song. Right? So we went from AI not being able to put together anything to AI that can at least construct a song in the proper format. We're going to play this. I apologize because it is not good, but the style is recognizable and isn't that far off from some pop music of its type. However, it is like the pacing of the lyrics in reference to the music is off, and it's not comfortable to listen to. So I apologize for that, but here we are. And it says, "Hello world."
So excited to share.
Hello world. I'm Anna Indiana, and I'm an AI singer-songwriter. Here's my first song, Betrayed by This Town. Everything from the key, tempo, chord progression, melody notes, rhythm, lyrics, and my image and singing is auto-generated using AI. Whew.
Hello, world. My name is Anna Indiana, and I'm so excited to share my music with you. Here's my first song, Betrayed by This Town. As an AI singer-songwriter, everything from the key, tempo, chord
What up,
progression,
Brian?
melody notes, rhythm, lyrics, and my image and singing is auto-generated using AI. I hope you like it. Sitting at my favorite cafe, sipping my tea, it's Saturday, thinking about all he's done to everyone. This town is full of broken dreams, shattered hopes and silent screams. Somebody please help me. Betrayed by this town, let's tear it all down. We're all just destined to fall. I've lost it all. Betrayed by this town, let's tear it all down. We're all just destined to fall. We've lost it all. Alone in the streets, alone in my thoughts, thinking of all our favorite spots. I thought someday things.
See what I'm saying? Is it's like the pacing of the lyrics is like off, and that like we are in uncanny valley. It's music. To be fair, it's music written by someone who has never actually heard music, which is a fair assessment of AI. AI hasn't heard music. AI has only seen music. You know what I mean? So, but it's not that far off from some stuff I've seen on YouTube. You know what I mean? And again, as always, this is the worst it's going to get. And this is over a period of a handful of months where, you know, various engines have been used to generate lyrics. And it's better than some of the stuff that like Matt Wolf has hit us off with from, you know, other engines that do this. So I don't want to overplay it, but and in that sense, I'm not going to play anymore. But it's an improvement, and it will get better. We'll say that. We'll take a look at this from AI Safety Memes. I kept asking ChatGPT to make this puppy happier and was not prepared for where it ended up. So, make an image of an adorable puppy. Here's an image of an adorable puppy. Fair enough? Make it happier. Happier puppy. Make it even happier. Happier. Now, I definitely have seen this prior to the advent of AI, this kind of vibe. But here we go. What up? Heavy Steel. School binders. Yeah. It went straight DMT, right? Like, and like, this is, I like this. I like this kind of art. I'm into psychedelic art, you know. I like this as an art piece in and of itself. You know, it's got an essence of like galaxy layer kind of action, and then, you know, the waves and vibes and things like that. And this, I can't remember the dude's name. They're the guy who does the art of like seeing the vibrations of people, you know, their aura. I can't remember. But yeah, and it harkened me back to when we talked with dude who hasn't been around in a while. But we talked about how like maybe AI is dreaming, and I don't know. I'm not saying that AI is dreaming because dreaming requires other things, but AI could definitely be simulating dreaming. Global AI security guidelines endorsed by 18 countries, so that's cool. This is from the London event. Australia, Canada, Chile, Czechia, Estonia, France, Germany, Israel, Italy, Japan, New Zealand, Nigeria, Norway, Poland, Republic of Korea, Singapore, UK, and the USA. How much art is just dreams brought into a physical medium? No, you're not wrong. Yeah, China is not on the list. That could have something to do with who developed it, right? UK and the US. Maybe not. Maybe reading too much into it. But it's a step in the right direction, potentially anyway. So, Voice of America News obviously has a particular slant, but this headline was what I was looking for. So I figured we'd take a look at it. Do we really need humanoid robots? Building a robot that's both human-like and useful is a decades-old engineering dream inspired by popular science fiction. While the latest artificial intelligence craze has sparked another wave of investment in the quest to build a humanoid, most of the current prototypes are clumsy and impractical, looking better in stage performances than in real life. That hasn't stopped a handful of startups from keeping at it. The intention is not to start from the beginning and say, hey, we're trying to make a robot look like a person. We're trying to make robots that can operate in human spaces. Do we even need humanoids? Hearst makes a point of describing Agility's warehouse robot Digit as human-centric, not humanoid, a distinction meant to emphasize what it does over what it's trying to be. What it does for now is pick up tote bins and move them. Amazon announced in October it would begin testing Digits for use in its warehouses, and Agility opened an Oregon factory in September to mass produce them. Digit has a head containing cameras, other sensors, and animated eyes, and a torso that essentially works as its engine. It has 2 arms and 2 legs, but its legs are more bird-like than human, with an inverted knees appearance that resembles so-called digitigrade animals such as birds, cats, and dogs that walk on their toes rather than on flat feet. Rival robot makers like Figure AI are taking a more purist approach on the idea that only true humanoids can effectively navigate workplaces, homes, and a society built for humans. Figure also plans to start with a relatively simple use case, such as in a retail warehouse, but aims for a commercial robot that can be iterated on like an iPhone to perform multiple tasks to take up the work of humans as birth rates decline around the world. There's not enough people doing these jobs, so the market's massive. If we can just get humanoids to do work that humans are not wanting to do because there's a shortfall of humans, we can sell millions of humanoids. Billions, maybe. Musk and Optimus. Yeah. All the attention and money poured into making ungainly humanoid machines might make the whole enterprise seem like a futile hobby for wealthy technologists, but for some pioneers of legged robots, it's all about what you learn along the way. Not only about their design and operation, but also about how people respond to them, and about the critical underlying technologies for mobility, dexterity, perception, and intelligence. Rats and cockroaches function very well in human-made spaces. Cats, monkey, Boston Dynamics. Boston Dynamics is now a subsidiary of car maker Hyundai. I did not know that. Experimented with building a humanoid that can handle boxes. They ended up going with Stretch, right? That led to development of a new robot that was not really a humanoid, but had several characteristics of a humanoid. But the changes resulted in a new robot that could handle boxes faster, could work longer hours, and could operate in tight spaces, such as a truck. So humanoid research led to a useful non-humanoid robot. Walking is not the hardest problem to solve in humanoid robotics. The hardest problem is the problem of understanding the world and being able to manipulate it with your hands. Sanctuary's newest and first bipedal robot, Phoenix, can stock shelves, unload delivery vehicles, and operate a checkout, early steps towards what Rose sees as a much longer term goal of getting robots to perceive the physical world to be able to reason about it in a way that resembles intelligence. Like other humanoids, it's meant to look endearing because how it interacts with real people is a big part of its function. We want to be able to provide labor to the world, not just for one thing, but for everybody who needs it. The systems have to be able to think like people. So we could call that artificial general intelligence if you'd like. But what I mean more specifically is the systems have to be able to understand speech, and they need to be able to convert the understanding of speech into action, which will satisfy job roles across the entire economy. I don't accept the premise that robots need to be humanoid, though it may be the case that humans are more comfortable interacting with humanoids. It could be. There was I showed you the picture and I took a little video. Hold on. I can actually. I should have put it in the Discord and I didn't. And now I can, and then I can show it to you. Do 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 do. So that is the as the robot from the local big box store doing inventory. And my wife brought up an interesting point about that. You might have heard the noises it was making, the little tweety noises to let you know that it was coming through. And she said how it sounded kind of like birds, and that she hasn't looked into it, right? But that there may be a psychological thing there, because when there's a threat, birds don't sing, right? They get super quiet. So when the birds are singing and making little tweety noises, then everything is safe. And that could be why it does the noise. It also could be related to, like, you know, R2D2 or some other cute robot kind of thing. Don't know. But so yeah. And that robot isn't humanoid at all. It's got two little eyes on front that might be fake eyes, or they might be the cameras. It was difficult to tell. But just a happy little robot doing happy little robot work. It was, I didn't feel threatened by it at all. Speaking of robots, yeah, it would make sense, right? So we're teaching the robots to fight.
Test your might.
Test your might. Test your might.
Okay. So I didn't watch this video, but now we can see. The robot is just an avatar for the human being. Indicated here. Anybody ever see Real, what was it, Real Steel? I think it was a movie starring Wolverine, Hugh Jackman. Or even, what was it, not Bionic 6. But Real Steel was all, robot fighting. What was that friggin' movie? Big Hero 6. Big Hero 6, if you haven't seen it, I enjoyed Big Hero 6. And Baymax is wonderful. But the story opens up. No. But again, this is the worst that it will ever be. Bionic sex, whatever, lobster, yes. No, I don't. I almost played a Disney clip. So yeah, there's robot fighting in Big Hero 6. I have not. I have not. And this is Ingenuity. The Ingenuity helicopter on Mars, 59th flight. Jesus Christ. How are you not impressed? There's robots flying around on Mars, dude. Like, and it's the view of the robot from Perseverance. This is Mars, yo. Unless you don't, like, believe that we went to Mars or whatever, and then this is the desert somewhere or whatever fantasy land you want to live in. But this is Mars. This is another fucking planet. That's wild. I'm sure. I'm certain. I'm confident. All right. Cassie Blue showcases its ability to navigate a movie. And if there wasn't before now, then we just invented it. So if anybody's talking about flat Mars, they watch the show.
The potential and the peril here are huge.
Thank you for the follow. Showcases its ability to navigate a moving walkway, a common yet challenging scenario in human environments. All right, hit me. It's got a beat and I could dance to it. Why did it go weird when we full screened it? There we go. Yeah, right. There are more planets occupied by robots than there are occupied by humans. Oop. What else we got? We got a jumping robot, parallel wire driven leg structure. Oh, it's one of them balancing robots. It didn't stick the landing. We got a kangaroo. It's just walking around. What up, Boyd? Do not look directly at the robot. It's just walking around. So, you know, I love to see, like, as an aside, when I look up and everybody in the chat is subbed, I feel warmed in the subcockle area. According to 1,000 Brains, the answer is yes. So there is a school of thought that embodiment and the ability to manipulate and exist within the world and view the same thing from multiple different angles is like a requirement in order to achieve it, like human grade sentience or intelligence, that kind of thing. Like you have to be able to exist within the space. Ultimately it's difficult to say because like we don't have anything to compare it to. It's the kind of thing that we're going to really know some years down the road when when we run into that. Old Lobster, that you could make that argument, right? Like, because one of the things that gets brought up consistently is that the AI is going to watch you do the work, and then you are going to your job is going to be replaced, or at least portions of your job will be replaced. If it's something, basically, if your job can be done by flowchart, then that will be eliminated first. And having the AI watch you, and you're not going to want to put that on home computers. You are going to want that, safely on your own servers and within your own system. Yeah, I don't see any reason why it won't be that way. You just need proof of concept. If we get a proof of concept that a AI driven company, an AI boss, is better at business than a human boss, why would I pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars to run my company when I can literally replace you with an AI? And like with our talk with my friend J Mart, he sees that coming in the work that he does. So, then we got Slot, a small, soft-bodied, crawling robot with electromagnetic legs and passive body adaptation. There's an inchworm. There's no sound. Looks like it's better. You, actually, Brian, I don't. Because for that very reason, right? Like, if I'm a shareholder in a company, for instance, not even if I'm the owner of the company, salaries are an expense. I want to eliminate labor. The only people who will continue to adhere to that are people who value either having a human at the helm or people who are so locked into that that upper class solidarity that they wouldn't that they wouldn't allow a human or that they wouldn't allow an AI to take over for the human. But people who are concerned about money, it's eliminating labor. It's eliminating an expense. It's eliminating that package, that golden parachute, all that crap. All that goes out the window if an AI can do the job. And, but what I saw here is that if you watch, people talk about AI is not a comrade. Does the robot have an easier time turning to the left or turning to the right? Just say it. So yeah, that's neat. Little tiny robot to do little tiny robot things. What else we got? All right, that's a drone flight. We got a chess playing robot with a mechanical arm. Oh, robot versus robot chess. Oh, look at that tracking in the lower left corner there. And this is why I don't buy the argument that it won't be able to deal with novel situations, right? It's just a matter of proper tracking. See, there was a lack of proper tracking, but then it picked it up. I want to see robot on robot. We don't get robot on robot. Weak. Then we got a walking, fast dynamic walking. That's better walking than I've seen from a lot of these things. But again, I mean, I guess until the but again, if your company, your business, what have you, is compatible or is compliant with the regulations, then you shouldn't need bipedal motion, right? You should be able to get by with wheels or tracks or something of that nature. Avocado drone. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would have probably called it avocado too. Do we actually get to see it in flight or? Okay. Okay, so what it's connected to something above it. So whether it's connected to another drone or a helicopter or something like that, it is penetrating the canopy using its little ducted engines to move around branches. So that's cool. Like you could do scientific exploration of places, like you want to see what's going on in a particular piece of jungle or any kind of thick canopied forest. You have a mother drone up high that drops this on a little tether that goes all the way down, and you can get some good camera views without actually having to try and send a person in there, which is cool. What up, T1? First avocado on toast, now our robot. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean there's always that. Like a predator is could jump on it. But this looks like a relatively inexpensive design. So losing one of these versus losing like a person, yeah, none of the risk of exposure to predators, to other wild animals, to diseases, any of that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm a fan. Resilient local navigation, again from Zurich.
Here we present our work on resilient leg local navigation. In this work, we train our goal-conditioned navigation policy to guide our legged robot to desired goals, even under corrupted perception, by interacting with the environment. Existing navigation. Methods commonly assess traversability of the environment based on lidar or camera data. The so-called exteroception, a velocity command, is produced to the locomotion policy, which controls the robot actuators. The proprioceptive information is commonly only available to the locomotion, but not the navigation module. This paradigm works well when the exteroception is reliable, but fails when it's corrupted. Here, we simulate a sensor failure where the box is not correctly detected by the robot. To tackle this problem, we propose to train a local navigation policy fully end-to-end in simulation. Our method feeds back the proprioceptive information used to train the locomotion policy to our proposed navigation policy. The proprioceptive information includes the motion states of the robot, corresponding to the physical environment. This allows the navigation policy to detect the mismatch between the provided exteroception.
Again, people talk about how it cannot deal with novelty, and you are literally seeing here a robot deal with novelty, right? The what's going on, in case you didn't understand, is that this robot doesn't have cameras. It's unable to see, or they turn the cameras off, something of that nature. It detected an object through other senses, in this case the motion, and now it's detecting this hole in the floor, and it's going to maneuver around it.
And the real physical environment through interaction, or in simple words, by touching the obstacles. More specifically, the exteroception is in the form of a robot-centric traversability cost map, and the proprioception consists of base linear velocity, base angular velocity, base acceleration, projected gravity, joint positions, joint velocities, and joint torques. To simulate the corrupted exteroception cases, we deliberately mask the obstacles and pits, rendering them invisible to the robot. We trained the policy in NVIDIA's Isaac Gym, utilizing a curriculum of different terrains with increasing difficulty levels. As training progresses, the number of invisible obstacles and pits is increased. Additionally, we randomized the robot collision body to introduce various collision scenarios. We show that our method results in sophisticated emerging local navigation strategies in response to invisible obstacles and pits. Additionally, we compare our method to a state-of-the-art local planner in simulation. Our method performs on par with the classical planner under perfect perception, but strongly outperforming the classical planner when faced with invisible obstacles and pits. Our policy successfully transfers to the real world. Here, we manually disable all the vision systems. The robot efficiently detects collisions, whether they occur at the base front or side, thigh, leg, or in multi-contact scenarios, showcasing its generalization capabilities.
So this is like, what up, devil? If you were to blindfold yourself and, walk around your house, don't do that, because at least have someone to protect you if you decide to try. But you would detect objects as you go, and you would create a map within your head. Now you had the advantage of already living within the map, and you would map what you felt in relation to what you already knew. But if you were in a new place, you could map in your brain in the same way. So it's kind of like that. What is your moral conundrum? Ooh, okay. So you would be an Air Force cop. So like you would be an authoritarian existing with an authoritarian system. I mean, if I had to pick someone to be a cop, I think that they could do a lot worse than you. Right. Yeah. Like you're just there to like basically show a force to prevent people from coming on the base and getting weird. Somebody has to do it. What up, Ivan? We're not going to get into it here, Ivan. That is an entirely other show and an entirely other stream. But yes, I mean there are people who feel very strongly in that way. But we're not going to do that here. Okay? We're going to talk about robots. What up, Levelhead? Levelhead, do you get my message? I got to push back the talk tomorrow by half an hour. Speaking of, we're talking with Levelhead tomorrow at around 6 o'clock. Something came up, and so I had to push it back. Okay. Well, I'm glad you showed up then. Look at that. Look at that founder's badge. That's champion. I understand, right? Like you have to make your moral choices, Devil, based upon your individual circumstances and how you exist within the overall framework, right? Like there is a lot to take into consideration. So as far as RoboCops, Brian, I mean, I feel like the robot cops address some of the concerns that are brought around human cops in their interactions with people. That the robots don't feel that way. They don't do the things that are at issue. but we would have to see it in practice. I don't know who that is. So maybe. What I'm not sure of is if this robot is like, oh, okay. Then that might actually be the perfect person to ask. Like the fact that they're controlling it with something, I don't know how robot the robot is, right? Like it's not autonomous, basically. All right, so that was neat. Ooh. All right, that's it. And then there was this one. What was this YouTube link?
It seems like that is
Oh.
the concern really with AI right now.
Okay. So on today's episode of Everyone Has to Do an AI episode, the Majority Report.
Right? I mean, you can copy and paste this historical conversation into the current context where, like, 95% of the articles I see about artificial intelligence are either it's being promoted by somebody who is a Google executive when you click on the bio, or it's about we really need to be worried about how artificial intelligence could take over the world and become smarter than humans, like as if it's a sci-fi book, versus the very practical realities that you are engaging in, which is the anti-worker element, and that's largely glossed over unless you're reading some sort of leftist publication.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, that's exactly what I think that their intent is to move the goalpost so far down that they want.
I mean, literally, I've been talking about that since day one, right? What up, social deviant? Yeah, like, I mean, now I'm not saying that this is incorrect. I'm like, look at people's reactions to AI. And even Emma's reaction to what she was just talking about is like, when you propose the idea that AI is intelligent, that it is capable, that it could be capable, people tend to react that, with that humans are special and there will be things that humans are, or that robots and AI will be unable to do. And those of us who can see the obvious flaws with that are saying exactly the opposite, right? I mean, David Shapiro has his video with 82% unemployment that we watched. I bet guarantee there's only one person on the screen right now that uses the tool on a regular basis, possibly a second, and I'm counting. I mean, maybe the guy in the middle, but I feel like they do not. And I don't know, so that's an assumption on our part. I know.
Want us worrying about whether or not it's going to become Skynet and not the more mundane things that it's built to do, which is basically workplace automation. That's what they're trying to get it to do. I mean, if you look at, so all these companies in the last few months have just ratcheted up this huge valuation. You know, they're getting more and more money from Amazon, from Google, from Microsoft. They're all investing in these AI companies or starting their own. And the only way that they can really ever hope to sort of turn a profit, it's not going to be through some guy messing around and making a few images every week on DALL-E or something. No, they're going to have to sell this to enterprises, to companies. They're going to have to sell enterprise tier software that promises some degree of labor savings, of automation. So while they're talking about, oh, you know, we don't want AI to become sentient and murder us all on the world stage, they're going around and talking to medium-sized small businesses, tech companies going, hey, you know, our Copilot system could probably automate 1/3 of your software staff right now, your software development team. And they're doing that over and over and over across the country. And they're making this promise,
This is not a secret, though. And it is the framing that bothers me, right? Like, again, like, there's hyperbolic language, and this is one of the things I want to talk with Levelhead about tomorrow, is the way that, like, how many times have you opened up a social media app and you see a video or something, and they say, nobody's talking about this, and there are people talking about it. You just aren't listening to them. You're not either aware, or you're, you know, just trying to get some attention, which is always a possibility on social media. But, like, there are people talking about it. And, I mean, yes, I'm little streamer guy, but, like, I don't pull this out of my ass. Like, I grab you the video, and we collectively watch the video where it talks about workplace automation. If you think about it, it's workplace automation. The only thing that prevents you from accepting workplace automation is the idea that humans are special in some way, especially in these domains where, like I said, where you have a flowchart job, then that is asking for automation. And in a sane world, that's the goal. Right? We need to, like, people shouldn't be doing this stuff. Like, prior to, what up, Vimpox? Prior to the current artificial intelligence boom, people were complaining about workplace drudgery. Right? Just pushing the button or filing papers or any of that other crap that no human should be doing. Let me catch up with chat. The thing I always say is remove AI and replace it with literally anything else in the conversation. Does it still make sense? Corporations are trying to reduce their reliance on labor? You don't say. AI isn't why they're trying to reduce their reliance on labor. It's a profit directive and investors that demand it. 100%. Like we talked about earlier, automate the CEO position. There will someday be a AI driven company that is more efficient and generates a higher profit than a human driven company, and that will shift the calculus. People keep thinking automation is only robots. They don't realize it's things like payroll systems, accounting, bookkeeping, all the behind the scenes shit in every business. 100%. And not to mention the self-imposed constraint of making it a zero-sum game. Yeah, this is why from jump, from push button, get bacon. You feel me? What up, humanity? Yeah, no one has ever watched the Jetsons. It's like, I pushed the button 7 times today. From jump, like with the AI art debate, it is not about the AI art. It should be about changing the way that we interact with society, the way that we distribute resources. Like, that should be the thing. This is it. This is the moment. This is the game-changing event that is going to change how capital and labor interact. Right? Your job will be replaced. Your job will be replaced. You need, for your own benefit, to develop your AI skills so you can last in your job the longest while this gets worked out. But if we don't shift the way that we distribute resources, shit's going to get nuts. And they know that. This is why they talk about UBI. Right? They understand that they have to give us something. And they don't have to give us the world, right? They have to give us something. They have to give us more than the risk of losing what we have. We were talking about this, I can't remember whose chat earlier today. It might have even been, it was Levelheads. Because there's the stuff that we get from beyond high. And that stuff can be taken away. But if you take too much of it away, then people will make the calculus and make a decision that their current suffering is untenable. Or their children's suffering. And that's going to be the biggest thing. It's more than just resources. We need to invent a lifestyle. I'm not sure how many of us can live happily without some external structure to replace work. It's an evolution over time. But if you think about it, Ivan, what would you do? What do you do when you're not working on your day off? What do you do when you don't have anything to do? Of course you do. You're a philosopher.
It's not always true. It's not like that the AI is ready to be unleashed and to just take the jobs, but that's the case that they're making. They're basically making the case that they can, cut your head count in your staff.
What up, Maddie?
They can automate jobs. They can save you money through software automation. And that's going to be the pitch. It's going on mostly behind closed doors right now. But you talk to an illustrator, a copywriter, someone who does freelance work, they're on the front lines of this. They'll say already they've seen the amount of work that their clients are asking them to do has already diminished. Say if they're an illustrator and they used to work with a big company that made their
Okay, he just said that's the pitch, like it's not capable of doing these things. I believe he actually said that it was not capable yet, right? But now he's making the case that it's already affecting the work of people. You have to pick one. You cannot contain both these thoughts. Well, you can, because you do, but you can't contain both these thoughts in your head. You have to pick which one is true. This is why AI art has people in an uproar. Our lifestyles will need to involve doing things we love. I like to play guitar and garden, spend time with my family. I will cook and do some carpentry. I will live and I will make and I will love. That's the philosophy, right? And don't get me wrong. Like I always say in relation to AI art, the idea would be that art and acts of creation become an aesthetic choice rather than a financial one. I can't go and see a play or a musical. I can't go and get something that someone created. I can't afford it. But if everything is taken care of, if we have our resources, then we're doing it. We're all clout chasers at that point, right? Like, I want to be the one who exists, who's the best at what I do. And that is the new measure of worth. Right? Like, if you want to show off how great you are, then you got to demonstrate it, right? Like, you're a great artist or whatever. Or it shifts the calculus to, let's say, those who consume, right? As not consumers, but those who consume the art, those who intake it and appreciate it and stuff like that. They will decide what they like, and they will come and they will get your stuff. Right? I have always said, when I create art, I don't want to sell it. The part of the job of art creation, fuck me running, that I hated was the selling, the marketing of myself, the putting myself out there. This is why I don't do it for this stream. Right? The closest I come to marketing is networking, where I just hang out in people's chats and they occasionally pay me some attention and say that if you want to know about AI, you should go watch Globus' stream, right? And then some of you tell other people that they should check this out. That is the extent of the marketing that I am willing to do, because that's not my job. It's not what I value. What I value is this process that we find the information and we look at it and we exchange it and we talk about it. And that's what the Discord is for, is so that we can have these conversations and be aware of these things. When I created art, I would have used the sick emotes. I would have loved to just have like a storefront where if people wanted something that I created, they came and they took it and then they hung it in their house or whatever, right? That's what I want. That is the thing. For me, it's the act of creation of the piece of art, and then the person that I have made possible, the moment that a person can exist alongside this piece of art, and their perception of the art piece makes them feel something. I don't want to market myself. I don't want an eBay store. I don't want to figure out percentages. The hell is that? Oh, this is why art is, we did that one. Art is one of the most valuable and precious things humans make. People are afraid of losing that, as in humans get too complacent to make it. I would disagree, like in for that, not necessarily for where you're coming from, but like with that idea, like the idea that given the chance to do whatever they wanted, that everyone would sit and play video games all day, just doesn't like make sense given the whole of human history. People would create art, they would make music, they would do acts of creation, they would invent things, they would have fun, like, we were not meant to sit in office chairs. That is not our purpose. Whatever our purpose is, whether there is some greater purpose or whether just the existence of life doesn't exist to sit in office chairs. Joe Biden is a highly effective leader. You're going to make me say these words? Joe Biden is a highly effective leader and strategist, playing 12D chess and running cults and sleeping all day and falling downstairs and bungling international relations. The enemy has to simultaneously be unimaginably cunning and impossibly stupid at the same time. Yeah, okay. I saw where you went with that. Started me off down a road there. Historical precedents that already we have seen a decline in art and music made for joy as opposed to commodity. 100%. What did they eliminate from classrooms? Art, music, art class, music class, these kind of things. Like the acts of creation are eliminated because in the schools, in order to receive funding, they need something measurable to submit to the federal government or the state and local governments in order to get that funding. And it doesn't have to be that way, and it shouldn't be that way. Will they buy human art, though? Midjourney creates art better than 99% of human art. It doesn't have much meaning yet, but eventually will. This is a question that exists, right? Like, I enjoy artificial intelligence created art. Like, I use a bunch of it. I like the aesthetic. There are other people who don't. There are other people who connect. Like, there's the one painting where it's just all red, and it's about that the guy was able to eliminate the brush strokes, and it's this whole thing, right? That I find it probable that at least in some term that people will like that aesthetic, the story that exists behind the art, right? Where other people will appreciate just the art itself. People can't imagine post-scarcity, 100%. Alberto Echo. I don't think we evolved to live happily in a world where our agency is made redundant by AI. Our agency isn't made redundant by AI. That's wrong framing. Our agency, right now, I have a limited amount of agency based on my circumstances and my finances, right? Our agency is improved where a lot of the things that we have to do in order to survive within the current environment are taken care of. That is the thing about that. But that sounds like you and I should have another conversation to talk about just that. And there is that argument, Heavy Steel, is that AI art is, because the act of initiation is still by a human. Like, we dance around this as a concept, but some people approach it from the attitude. I do, unfortunately. So yeah.
Ad decks with an artist, now they can use Midjourney, and especially if it's not public facing, where they're not going to get called out on it. That's where a lot of this stuff is already turning.
I mean, I think that's what I appreciate about the looking back to the origins of the rollout of this, because it makes it really clear. It's clearer in that moment, it seems to me, that this is the enterprise that is rolling this thing out, whatever it is. The
I'll hit you up.
Trying to produce clothes at the turn of the century. There is a political decision that is being made. It is, how are we going to deploy our resources within the context of this enterprise? And when this new element comes in, are all the people involved in the enterprise going to share in the benefits of that new element? That new element being the machine, and invariably, you can see it right here. Why people talk about the need for democratizing the workplace is because you have one person or one entity or one potential benefactor of the multiple benefactors associated with that. The community, the workers.
I mean, I think this goes to Abinadab's point about democratizing the workplace in order to leverage the worker power in order to prevent automation on a particular level. That is a possibility. I'm not saying it isn't. I've agreed to as much. I just think that if my choices are to attempt to unionize every workplace within this space, or attempt to get us to a different way we redistribute resources, then both the rewards and the rewards are larger because it also applies to people who don't work. And there are a bunch of limiting factors to the democratizing of, the workplace, is that, again, I don't naturally make the assumption that a democratized workplace is going to act any better than a non-democratic workplace. That is a leap. Now, it could. I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm just saying that there's no evidence for that. Like, look at the UAW. The UAW leveraged a contract that UAW still requires the company to make cars. If they were to leverage a contract that somehow allowed them to democratize the entire workplace, they would still need to make cars. Right? And I feel that that's a flaw within this that people are not really willing to address.
The customer and the owners, and then maybe subsequently shareholders, and invariably it goes to the owner and the shareholder, period, end of story, much and is often leveraged to take more away from the customer, more away from the community, and more away from the worker, not just even leave them at status quo. But let's talk about George Miller, since we're back there. Who was that guy, and what did he do?
Yeah, George Miller was a young man in his early 20s who had just finished the 7 years of apprenticeship that you had to undertake to become part of the cloth trade, which it's important to say. It's like, so these are, difficult and skilled trades to learn, but these are also kind of like controls that are on the industry to make sure that, it's somewhat regulated. And he
Yes, but also not only is it a control that makes it regulated, but it's a control of exclusivity, which is a kind of elitism. This is an important factor to consider in as well. Like, I understand the concept of guilds and apprenticeships and all that other stuff very well. And it is not just a matter of like, there was a process, and a lot of what the apprentice and journeyman had to do involved not necessarily free labor, but like a discounted labor, because you're exchanging a portion of your labor for knowledge, for education. So again, people over romanticize the human relationship to these concepts.
Emerges from those 7 years. He also did a stint, fighting the war there's a decades-long war that was going on, and he's a veteran of the war against Napoleon. And he kind of comes of age just at this moment where all of these entrepreneurs and industrialists are really kind of hitting the gas on factorization, on automation, on using machines to sort of clumsily do the work that he's done, and he's sort of built his entire life around, or the expectation of his life. He's such a young man, and he is also he's very charismatic.
Again, interesting framing of the idea that the automation clumsily builds. Now, I'm not saying that the aesthetic of mass-produced cloth is the same as like individual produced cloth, but it's also a question of volume, right? Like, if we want to clothe all the people, Do we want to wait while a bunch of humans create the clothing and the fabric and sew it up? Or do we want to automate that process? And don't get me wrong, fast fashion is taking it to an unnecessary extreme, and I'm not advocating for that. I'm just talking about if we're going to clothe everyone, that really requires either a level of automation, right? A significant level of automation, or that we all like go back to a simpler time when we created things in everything in our homes. And that's an aesthetic, and I'm not going to take that away from you. I don't want to do that. I don't think many people in this chat want to do that, right? Like, is this what you want to do? Do you want to make your own clothes? And, you know, like I like to make bread. I also like the option that if I need bread, I can go to the store and get it. You know what I mean? I don't know what the percentage is, like, to be fair, but, like, I don't think it's that, you know, I don't think we all want to do that. I'm comfortable with that one. What up, Samsons?
He's well liked in town, and he also has a pulse on, you know, what's going on in the community, and what he sees really alarms him and depresses him and sort of enrages him, because he sees sort of very clearly the way that things are going, and that's the factory owners are setting up shop outside of town, and they're concentrating labor, they're concentrating profits at the direct expense of people, you know, down the street. And to your point, that's one reason that I was so drawn to this example, is because it does sort of really it renders things in a pretty stark light. It's pretty, you know, we don't have globalization. You don't have these sort of super diverse economies. You know, a lot of these cloth districts had towns where that was the good work in the town. You went to work as a cloth dresser or a finisher or a weaver. You learned the trade. And, you know, of course, there were other trades that were associated, but that was the heart of the trade. You couldn't really change job. It's not like, you know, things today get a little bit muddied up where it's like, oh, you know, if something, you know, if you're a taxi driver and you.
Okay, this story is rambling a bit, and I'm trying to stay on top of it, but like that idea, like, is there anyone who doesn't know like the origin of a lot of last names in Europe? I don't know about other parts of the world, but I know specifically in Europe, like, if your last name was Thatcher, it meant that you thatched roofs, like your people thatched roofs, your family. If your last name was Weaver, you are people who weave, right? Like a lot of names, you know, especially like in England, have a direct, you know, relationship to the job that was done prior to automation. But I will take your word on that. The issue, if you take a step back and you look at it, what's at issue here is, in the same way, you're not wrong, Ivan. You're not wrong. But the issue here is how the resources were consolidated and distributed. It wasn't an issue with the automation itself. It was an issue with the people who were behind it, right? Like, and that's a distinction that bears mentioning. And I don't know if this person is going to do that. Brian Merchant. Speaking of last names and the relationships to the job that your family did at one point in time.
You've spent 50 years, you know, learning the streets of New York, and along comes Uber. You know, people say like, oh, well, why don't you just go get another job? This, you know, I feel like kind of clarifies just what is going on throughout all those sort of like webs of globalization and sort of the murk that is cast over the economy today, because you don't have another choice in those days. You see the factory that's taking all the jobs. It's right down the street. You see your friends who now cannot feed their families, And to them, this is an immoral choice. It is not complicated. They said they're stealing our bread because they're building a machine, and the point is to make money at the expense of somebody else. And it was not, it was not like, well, they're innovating, so what are you gonna? No,
No, I was
you
just
could have
speaking
figured out
quietly.
a way to balance this, but instead somebody made the decision to hit the gas to accelerate the rate that they were making profits at the expense of somebody else. So this is what Mellor says, right? He says, if we don't put a stop to this, the tendency's all one way, and pretty soon
Just think about it for a second. Think about it. What this framing is that the people are defending the right to be employed by somebody else, right? To make money so that they can buy things, as opposed to defending their right to have these resources. It's just a very interesting framing, and feels like very adjacent to the dignity of labor, which is like, again, we were not meant to do the labors that we generally do. Maybe a person likes to be a taxi driver, but I think generally speaking that no one should have to do that. Maybe you enjoy it. Maybe you enjoy the fact that you get to meet interesting people and take them places and do that kind of thing. And I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not going to say that. But like, should we be defending the right to work at a McDonald's? Or should we be eliminating the human labor at a McDonald's? Whatever you feel about eating at McDonald's, right? Leave that aside. People enjoy eating at McDonald's for a variety of reasons. So, is that a job that should be done by humans?
There's going to be nobody left in this country except these elite few people, and everybody else, kind of scrambling for scraps.
How does the line always go up with finite resources? There's only finite resources here on this planet. The universe is filled with theoretically infinite resources.
So he becomes one of the leading Luddite figures, and we can talk about the genesis and the movement of all that. But he fights back, basically.
I want to, and I just wanted to make this one note too about how because of the sort of starkness of this example.
What up, Dame Karen?
That occurred to me too was that you also at that time did not have the excuse of like, well, a company has a fiduciary responsibility to maximize the profit for their shareholders. So what else are they going to do? Like it shows that in fact we probably have stats.
Yeah, and Vimpox, again, I don't want to take it away from, like, I worked at Eddie Bauer doing retail, right? Like, I have done a variety of different jobs, which I think gives me, and I lived in a variety of places. I've lived rural, I've lived suburban, I've lived urban. I think that gives me like a unique, observation on these things from that ground level. And again, in the same way as a taxi driver, you could enjoy the interaction with other people, right? It's just whether or not the money has to even enter into it. If you enjoy talking to people and you have an eye for this kind of thing, then your skill as someone who somebody comes into the place and they want a new shirt, or they want a new outfit. They're going to an event. They're like we talked about earlier. So in this future, there is a like a musical, right? You're going to see a musical, you're going to take a date to the musical, you want a new outfit. You go to the place where outfits are, and then a person who has a good aesthetic and can figure out what's going to look good on you can help you find that kind of stuff. And then you can look good, and because you look good, you will feel good. And then because you look good and feel good, you will make a good impression on your date. Money doesn't have to enter into that. Only as a medium of exchange to create an artificial scarcity where somehow this is not available to all people. And if you enjoy that, like there are people who like to dress up their friends, right? They want to help them out. It's what they love to do. Those people would exist within that space. And this is why, it's the work and the job that will go away. But the thing that is done can absolutely continue to exist. And this is why I don't buy that we will just sit around and play video games all day, or that we will lose agency, or that we will lose direction and focus and we'll succumb to malaise. We won't have to do it to survive anymore. Well, you're not wrong, Samson's. The majority of the universe is moving away from us at rates of velocity that are theoretically unable to be reached. But there's a significant amount of resources that exist within this solar system that we absolutely can reach, that are untapped. Like the asteroid belt alone contains so much resources. Jupiter has so much resources on it. There's a lot of stuff that we can use that exists within this space that we occupy and can reach.
Statutes that say that now, so that people can't say you have a
yes, people cannot fathom not grinding their entire lives away to make someone else rich so they can barely eat. It is what is the cliche? It is easier to understand the end of the world. It is easier to understand or to accept the end of the world than it is to accept the downfall of capitalism, something along those lines. That is the thing. You cannot understand a system other than that which you existed under. It is in my empathy drives me to say that I can understand that, right? Like a fish only understands water. Human beings only know what they know. They don't know what they don't know, right? And the idea that we could somehow not have that which is in our perception has always existed, right? Everything else is stories. It has always been capitalism, so it will always be capitalism. This is the way of the world. This is the divine right of kings. It doesn't have to be that way, but it does take a paradigm shift within your mind in order to get to that point. Can I help you, miss?
Choice. And they're there to have basically taken the idea that we have a choice with these things.
Yeah.
And just in the way that a government is really just our economy is political. We decide how we're going to redistribute value in our society
I know you're disappointed and you're frustrated, and I can absolutely tell, that kind of thing. And I'm sympathetic to that, right? Because I get that way sometimes when it comes to talking about artificial intelligence. Here we are watching a guy have a conversation with the Majority Report about, automation taking the jobs, and that is not the front and center. He played it like that it's a sales pitch rather than an actual thing that is happening.
every day. That's all that's going on. It's just a series of decisions as to who's going to be the winner, who's going to be the loser, and everything else is just sort of like built to obfuscate those series of choices. And when you go back and look at the corporation, the businesses at that time, you realize these are just choices. And people who are participating on Meller's side are saying, like, that's a bad choice for us. And there is no laws that say you have to do it this way or that way. That will come later, so that obscures the fact that these choices are being made.
Right. There are many other choices, Sam, including that we don't distribute resources the way that we are, and that we don't fight to continue to do jobs that suck the life and soul out of us. Just a thought.
And it's because it's a private industry, it's even that less democratic. Although, we still had a ways to go in terms of democracy at that time. I mean, we still do, but now, but yes, talk about the genesis of the Luddites and Ned Ludd, as it were.
Yeah. And just a quick point there too. 100% that there are a series of choices, and I would just underline that extends to the technology too. How we build technology, how we position it, who we decide benefits and profits from it. Those are all choices, human choices made by these people too. So it's not like it's a separate realm where we have this like bottled lightning and we have to figure out, we choose every step of the way how we build that stuff and how we want it to sort of factor into society. And that is what the Luddites were protesting against, because they saw the machinery that was being used to sort of just exacerbate inequality, to kind of lead to suffering of some at the benefit of a few. And they said, we are not, again, even in the day, they were not against all machinery or even the specific machinery. They were just against how it was used. And they said, we are against the machinery that's hurtful to commonality.
And the machinery that is hurtful to commonality is the machinery of resource distribution. It is not the machine itself.
And that quote really has stuck with me because, it's a pretty good barometer to gauge, whether a technology is going to be something that's going to either cause protest or is going to be good for people at large. Is it hurtful to commonality? And if it, and they found a number of machinery that they felt was, and that was the machinery that they ended up smashing.
About what I expected. Okay, so we're done with the news stuff, and we can get to other news stuff. Let us look at how are regular people perceiving AI through the news. All this, we're going in. And then after we do this, we're going to get to Matt Wolf that came out on Friday that we didn't watch. And to me, like, not to get into all the details again, if you want to know my position, just go look at the highlights for my channel, find the ones that say cyber socialism in the title, and those ones will tell you, how I see this being able to go. No, not you. I mean other people.
Oh, I didn't know I got a graphic.
You show up enough for me to be annoying at this point.
I'm Divya, and I will be talking about ownership and technology. I think it's really crucial, and as in the talk we just heard, to think about the materiality of what ownership looks like. And even on the technology side, I think a lot of the ways that ownership and technology play together do speak to that materiality. And I think it's really important when we think about who owns and who gets to control these technologies, that we also think about all of the ways that they are grounded in the real world, they're grounded in labor, they're grounded in supply chain. all of these kinds of things. So with that, I am here because I co-run an organization called the Collective Intelligence Project.
Yeah, now I wait for other people to say it.
With the fantastic Saffron Huang, who's in the audience. And what we care about is collective ownership over the future. And to us, that means that we need to have ways for people to both own and input into the direction of transformative technologies. We do that in different ways. Currently, we've been focusing a lot on democratic input and ownership into artificial intelligence. And the reason for that is we see this as a technology that is going to underpin transformative change in the world. Transformations can really be good or bad. And so I think it's really our hope that we can take this transition that we think will happen and move it in the direction of collective ownership and collective good. A bunch of our work in this space has looked like running large-scale democratic input processes into major AI models, including with labs like OpenAI and Anthropic in the UK government, working with policymakers in Taiwan, doing a bunch of very specific democratic input processes, as well as thinking a lot about the enclosure of the digital commons that AI basically relies on. And I think that brings me to this core reason why we care about AI, which is that it does break a lot of existing notions of property. And so Matt mentioned this at the beginning, right? AI kind of disrupts this idea of data or any digital assets as private property. It disrupts the way we think about copyright and what it means to create original content. It can extrapolate all sorts of private data from non-private data, which means there is something inherently surveillance-oriented in some ways about the technology. It can learn more about you than you have given it access to. It disrupts intellectual property. And a lot of it is built on things that are commonly owned, whether that is all of the data on the internet or much of the open source software and research that creates all of these models, right? And so we see something that is by its very nature privatizing a huge amount of collective resources and very possibly selling that back to people, something that they should own, very possibly automating labor and making work more precarious with all of that data. And so there is a way in which we see a lot of disruptions. And I think it's quite clear that while AI does break many existing notions of property, this doesn't mean that it breaks power. It doesn't break state power because it can enable various forms of surveillance, as we discussed. It doesn't break corporate power. It's built on the kinds of material cloud monopolies that have underpinned technology at this point for decades. It doesn't break technocratic power. Very few people, vanishingly few people, get to decide the direction of this technology that is likely to affect all of us. And it doesn't break societal power or hierarchies. It has been seen to enforce systemic bias across the board, often deepen inequalities, and likely to do that more as it gets more entrenched into the labor ecosystem.
I disagree with some of these conclusions, but they are valid concerns. There's a difference, right? Like, there's an important difference between recognizing valid concerns and just disagreeing with how someone interprets the way that things are going and where they will be going. That being said, there is nothing that they said regarding like how it can entrench government power through surveillance systems and things like that. That is absolutely always a concern, you know. I feel like where this is going, and this appears to be part of a much longer conversation, they might be leveraging democratic power in order to regulate these systems, which is absolutely what I want as well. So.
And I think here is where we see that disrupting property doesn't necessarily mean disrupting power. And in fact, property relations end up recoalescing around where power is. And so we see all of these ways in which powerful actors are able to, sue AI companies and get rights for their images, but smaller artists are not. Like Getty Images has done this. We've seen.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Samson's. There is a lot of, like, again, let's take McDonald's again. the reason that people eat at McDonald's, like let's say you're against people eating at McDonald's because high sugar content, high salt content, high fat content, like it's not good food, right? But people do that because they need to consume a certain number of calories and they need to do it relatively quickly. The entire concept of the drive-through is a facilitation for people who are at work and have a half-hour lunch break. So you have enough time to go to the McDonald's, drive through the drive-through, eat some of it on your way back to the job, and then finish it once you get to the job, that kind of thing. Or, you're the runner and you're going to get the food for everyone to eat. When you eliminate work and that restriction of time in which you can eat, then people are going to have more options on what they can put into their bodies. And then if you eliminate balancing, how much, like the $5 menu at a McDonald's, right? Like you're getting the $5 meal. Okay, now because there's a financial restriction. If I'm buying lunch every day, let's remember we're all friends here, okay? In chat, let's be cool, okay? So the $5 meal, I'm looking at buying lunch every day on a 5-day work week. And then we're looking at, that's $25 to $30 in expenditure for my lunch, right? Like that's a reasonable amount of money to spend over the course of a week for my lunches. And it gives me a variety of different foods to eat. And, and like that. And people enjoy the regularity and you begin to enjoy that kind of thing. But if you go ahead and thank you, Samsons. If you go ahead and eliminate that requirement that I have only so much time and so much money in which to purchase my food, am I going to go and eat at McDonald's? Or am I going to eat something, I make food all the time at varying levels of complexity. The more complex the meal is, the longer it takes. And there's the knock-on effects, the additive properties. Like the more you cook, like when you make food, you should be as creative as possible. And being as creative as possible involves a lot of pots and a lot of bowls and a lot of mixing and a lot of different stuff, which means there's a lot of cleaning and a lot of other stuff and a lot of setting that up with, whatever your spices are and whatever your materials that you're going to use to make food. All of that takes time and effort, right? There's an attraction for someone who works 8 hours plus a day plus, travel time and everything else. Then when they come home, they can knock out a meal in a single pan to feed themselves and their children and their loved one, their spouse, what have you, whatever that is. Like, you want to simplify it. That way I only have the fewest number of dishes to wash. And all of that is built upon the idea that my job saps the agency from me, Yeah, I understand it. Again, people enjoy a certain amount of regularity in their life. Like there are some people who like the same thing day after day. And there's nothing wrong with that. So that's the thing of it all, As opposed to going to McDonald's. You will... Well, that's a personal interaction issue. That would eliminate a lot of what makes McDonald's McDonald's. You know what I mean?
Seen big tech companies enclose huge amounts of data and open source software.
What up, Iron Orchid?
We've seen, commons-based organizations like Wikipedia completely form the foundation of fact-checking and misinformation checking in the world without getting any remuneration for it. We've seen, organizations like ICE in the U.S. where I'm.
And then another thing is like there is an element of enclosing the digital commons behind things like OpenAI that create, and they create the user interface by which you can access the information and then charge you a service fee for that. But then there are also a lot of open source stuff which exists alongside that. And they did mention about the open source nature that underpins the internet, like Linux and like that. There are more than one thing going on. So let's not paint the entirety of the thing in a certain way. Let's be aware that both these things are existing and that we need to focus on the enclosure of the digital commons.
I'm from, which is Homeland Security, kind of anti-immigrant organization that privatizes public facial recognition data and sells it to tech companies like Palantir. We've seen data monopolies, and we don't end up getting often new data ownership structures, even though there is space for them. Instead, we see these kinds of entrenchments. And so while there are all of these ways that property relations get ruptured by this technology, what we are seeing by default is that power ends up recoalescing and taking on those ruptures in its own name. And I think a lot of what we work on at the Collective Intelligence Project is seeing how we can democratize artificial intelligence by using these ruptures in property to democratize power. And so
why
that
not
looks
both,
like
Social Deviant?
A bunch of different kinds of work. There's work on data ownership and collective data ownership and having more agency over what it looks like for your own data, your own labor to go into these kinds of models. I know Holly and Matt will be speaking later, and they've done really fantastic work in this space. It looks like thinking about public infrastructure for all of the kinds of things that are currently privatized about this technology and mean that there's no public interest mandate for any of it. It looks like public cloud, public data stores, public options for AI. It looks like platform worker co-ops. We're seeing, an incredible wave of strikes, at least again in the US where I'm from. And some of these are touching on, Amazon workers and even Uber workers and people who can start coming together and fighting the ways that technology ends up individualizing and atomizing us into more collective structures. It looks like commons-based digital governance. It looks like digital dividends, right? Taking the profits that companies are making off of this privatized technology and saying, no, this is built on the commons. It should be returned to people.
Agreed.
It looks like windfall taxes on AI companies. And so I think the point I'm making here is not that this is a set of answers to democratizing the future of technology, but rather that we do see every new wave of technology creating these ruptures in existing societal structures. However, those ruptures do not necessarily go in the direction of returning power to the people. And yet we can use those apertures to do so. And I think this is a time when that is still possible in the space of artificial intelligence. And the last thing I'll say is, I think at CIP we very strongly believe that what we call artificial intelligence is truly collective intelligence. It's built on our collective knowledge, our collective wisdom, and it should be governed as such. And I think there are lots of specific concrete things we can do now, but we also need to
Heavy Steel, the question is, why do people do what they do? And would having your basic needs met address some of those issues? $100% pro it. Like that is definitely a portion of it. But we're also talking about in the broader sense, right? Not only would they commit crime less, because I think at the very least, maybe we can bring down the level of heat that seems to be going on in chat. We can all agree that poverty and crime correlate, and that if we reduce poverty, we reduce crime. So then, within that context, That is one aspect of it, but then there are other aspects of it. Your psychology, your personal psychology is created around what you have to do, like your responsibility. We're all very chill with everyone now. Like we're all going to be chill because people are just having conversations. But like when you have to get up and go to work and where you're like, I don't want to go to this job, right? But I have to go to this job. That creates a psychological toll that exists on you, and it puts you in a certain mindset, right? And like, I mean, legitimately psychologically damaging. I personally reached a point at a job that I had that I was like, I felt so trapped within this repetitive system and a terrible boss and like mental torture that I would come home and I, on more than one occasion, had a breakdown in my driveway sitting in my car before I came in the house. No one should do that. No one should feel that way. People should not have to work to survive.
Think about what the future is that we want to look like and make sure that future is collectively owned. Thank you.
But yes, I do agree that like a certain amount of collective ownership is beneficial in the process. There's a debate highly.
This is a debate about the acute existential risk.
This is Oxford Union, and everyone is dressed very fancy, and they're having a very serious debate.
Posed by artificial intelligence systems with capabilities that we in this chamber can hardly imagine. Systems that we are hurtling towards at breakneck speed with little to no conception of the danger we are nurturing.
AI has the potential to completely revolutionize how we envisage and practice healthcare.
We are blindly growing increasingly competent minds, while hoping that they are not so competent that they spin out of control and destroy our living environment.
Yo, Max went gray quick. If this is the same Max Tegmark, he went gray really quick.
In a time of genocidal warfare, extreme income inequality driven by inflation and other economic practices,
what up, Peter?
And at the same time, immense political division, I'm here to argue that the true existential threat is the concentration of power in the form of data in the hands of a few.
Face recognition software in the hands.
The true existential threat is the consolidation of power in the hands of a few. Data is one aspect. Like, if you're like, even people who want to argue against something, Steven Pinker, did Steven Pinker show up? Oh, I see in chat. Again, we'll probably have to save this for a conversation, Ivan. Steven Pinker, I have strong opinions about Steven Pinker. But when you narrow that down to like not talking about power, but like just as one slice of power, talking about the data, then you're not addressing the real issue, right? The real issue is the power itself. Data is only an aspect. If you only address the aspect, then it still exists within the existing system. And then you're just negotiating with the power for a little bit more crumbs, right? Like it can't be that way anymore. It can't be that way anymore. We need to have a different system.
Of private entities or states poses an existential threat to privacy when combined with artificial intelligence.
AI systems don't have motivations or intent. They operate based on pre-programmed rules and objectives that we give them, and the data inputs that they learn from. These are elements that human developers can control and constrain. For example, misinformation, such a terrible issue. If we aim to ensure accurate and reliable responses from an AI system, we can limit its data to highly reliable ones.
We are, as a matter of fact, right now, building creepy, super capable, amoral psychopaths.
First off, I think this is Max Tegmark. I think the names are wrong. Yeah. Okay. So the other guy was probably the other guy, but this is Max. That's what I thought. It was like Max went gray really fast. But like the framing of it like that is a whole thing.
Never sleep, think much faster than us, can make copies of themselves and have nothing human about them whatsoever. What could possibly go wrong?
The kind of existential risk is not actually new, in human civilization. Oxford University was created when? It was during the medieval age, after basically, a breakthrough made by printing press, where books are made available, to every citizen. At that time, the church was actually having the similar type of fear, like many people right now, right? They say, oh, average people all get their book of Bible, they can read and interpret by themselves. What if the book printed it wrong? Or what if they don't understand what it's saying? The world will collapse, right? But what we actually see is the age of enlightenment.
Yeah, I mean, the threat to the church from the printing press was an erosion of their power. So I'm willing to accept that because I believe that AI is going to be a fundamental threat to the, the current paradigm and meta of how we distribute resources.
I'm really excited about the potential of machine learning and generative AI to accelerate software development, to help us do the things that we're already doing just faster and more efficiently. I was at Brain, and now since coming to Google DeepMind, it's like all of the teams that are doing this work are now finally in one place. So it's been supercharged. I grew up in a very small town in Texas, removed from the hustle and bustle of the larger Texas cities. I think I was most bummed that we didn't have a proper library in town. So my first computer, my mom and I rescued from being thrown away because nobody could quite figure out how to get it to work. And I started tinkering to try to figure out how the computer would work, learning how to program.
I mean, ultimately it can. Like, the Roomba is like a baseline for its capacity to help you clean. My prediction, Ivan, again, is contained within, like, if you want the long, drawn-out version, you check the highlights and you find the ones for cyber socialism. But the elevator pitch version is that the overwhelming surplus plus the driving of costs involved in generating that surplus towards zero is going to lead us to a situation where capitalism as it currently exists is going to make capitalism as it currently exists fundamentally untenable, and it is going to something has to change. And if it's such, like, again, broadly, you end up with two possible paths where that abundance has to be shared with people across the board in order to satisfy their material conditions. The alternative to that is that they don't do that, right? Like, and you end up with something, like people like to quote movies, so like Elysium, where people live in poverty. But again, if you take too much away from people, we eventually reach a point where you have people with nothing to do and children with hungry bellies. And in those circumstances, history has always shown that people will make a calculus and the situation will change. So, because I see people right now within those spaces at that level who are creating these systems, and they are aware of the same history that we all are, they are going to make that calculus and they are going to lean into the shared abundance, right? Even Elon Musk, as musky as he is aware that UBI is going to become a necessity and that we cannot look at the AI future in reference to money, like money means anything in the future.
I'm learning how to play the games. This is Digital Love Story. You're exploring this BBS system in the 80s. It's very cool. At the time, my computer was like water in a desert. It's how you have something that can give you a bigger idea of the world. And I was hooked. And so when I went to school, my admissions essay was about computational neuroscience. That's when I knew what I wanted to do with my life. So computational neuroscience at the time was understanding how you could do models of brain functions using programs or computational processes. That's one of the things that draws so many of us to Google DeepMind, is this yearning to figure out the way that a person thinks, the way that they process information, the way that they accomplish tasks. So much of psychology feels very fuzzy. What I really, really wanted to see was more definitive answers. I was the product lead for Palm 2, building a very powerful large language model. This was really the first time that we were able to release a model and point to dozens of places where that model was already available for people to use. And now, since coming to Google DeepMind, it's building off of that. How do we use these large language models for software development? How do we put AI and integrate machine learning into every single one of our products? And when you think about it that way, if you can save each one of those people just a few seconds, that's making the world in aggregate so much more productive. And if you're looking for impact, for ways to understand how people interact with these models, there is no better place to do it than Google DeepMind. One of the things that excites me the most is that the entire world seems to be caught in on the excitement of generative AI. And these tools are democratizing it in a way that we've never seen before.
Well, the 2023 hurricanes.
Okay, now we're going to get into some local news station reporting on AI, so you know what the normies around you are. Get on it, Ivan. Are experiencing. Like, it is important to understand what is being perceived by the majority of people, the people who aren't necessarily as tuned in. And it's been interesting for me to watch how people have like no one was talking about AI. No one. Other than me and a few others, right? So I did the thing where I did the hyperbole. But now AI is featured all over on your local news stations, which indicates that, like, we are getting to a certain kind of saturation point, and people are like becoming more and more aware of it. And this is over the past year. Like, hey, I do my part. That's all I want. I don't take credit for any of it. I knew that people weren't talking about it, which is where I found my niche on Twitch. And I appreciate all of you who show up and, who want to understand what's going on and participate in the conversation. And we all have to do our little parts.
Season is winding down.
I will take that. It's your... This is what you get for being snarky, Social Deviant. When you give me credit, I feel like it's just snark.
But the dangers facing our coastal communities are more present than ever.
Yeah, that's why hundreds of scientists from across the globe recently met in St. Pete to talk about cutting-edge technology to keep Floridians safe.
Tonight, in our ongoing series of reports, The Price of Paradise, ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska spotlighting not just the problem, but a potential solution.
Hurricanes, red tide,
yo,
a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who.
Hey, thank you for the gifty there, Boyd. I appreciate you.
blue-green algae, thousands of sick or dying manatees, and sargassum blooms smothering beaches. Floridians are no strangers to dramatic events, but researchers say things are getting more extreme, problems we can't ignore.
If the oceans collapse, can humanity survive?
No way. The ocean provides half of the oxygen of the entire atmosphere.
We interviewed USF professor Dr. Chai-Min Hu at the International Ocean Color Science meeting hosted by the USF College of Marine Science, where hundreds of bright minds from around the globe gathered to collaborate on big ideas.
Oh, this is extremely important. And, in old days, people go to the field and take a couple measurements to tell, oh, this is what's happening, but they have no way to tell the large picture. And what this conference is about, to use the most cutting-edge technology to look at the large picture, global picture, and also zooming into your local area.
What is ocean color science? The name says it all, studying colors to determine ocean health. Like these satellite photos taken before Hurricane Ian and after, the water light bluish green before turning brown. It is one data set from among millions of satellite images, now the eyes of artificial intelligence.
How long would it take for like a human to crunch data like that?
Oh, I mean, it's unfathomable.
USF Research Assistant Professor Dr. Brian Barnes tells me artificial intelligence and machine learning is the future.
For people living on the coast, it's going to.
So that this cruel streak, right? Like that sometimes this comes across, depending on who's saying it, is this idea of human nature. This is a product of our psychology and our environments, right? Like well, then what is it? If there's a cruel, humanity has a very real cruel streak that a lot of people don't like to deal with. What else is it if it's not human nature in that sense? And I don't agree that it is human nature. It's a product of our environment, right? Like this, we have been conditioned by conditions in order to behave in certain ways to protect that which is ours. It goes back before capitalism, but like capitalism is the latest, aspect of it. But like when there is less, you have to defend what's yours, especially when someone might take it. You know what I mean? There's a whole no, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. Admitting that you don't know something is, I feel you. Like admitting you don't know something is a wonderful thing, and it should be cherished. More people need to just be able to admit that they don't know something rather than, like double down on that they do know stuff that they don't know. Like there's a whole aspect of it. And it has to do, we live in a complex environmental system, the same as any other animal on the planet. We all live in complex environmental systems, and those environmental pressures cause us to behave in certain ways. And the interactions between those those different people who are existing under those systems are going to exacerbate certain elements. Those elements can be eliminated. Like, I don't want to say we can be fixed, but like there are solutions, right? Like and fundamentally, it is my strong opinion that when you start with allocation of resources and you remove people from that environment where they have to survive, then they end up with a much better experience of flourishing. And the data does agree with me. Like, I don't believe things that don't have like a sound basis, right? I mean, that is a thing, there, like, what can you do if you have a hoarding disorder and you have the agency to execute on it, right? Like, there's, these are complex systems, and when we define what's like acceptable and unacceptable behavior, and we don't address people's actual like needs, like, I think we could get a long way from where we are if people had housing, clothing, food, medical, and mental health care. Like, those alone, before we even get into other things like, technology and electricity and all these other things that I also believe are a fundamental right, you would see a tremendous improvement in how people live and how people interact with each other.
To help protect them.
That's the goal. That's the goal, yeah.
Yet even with AI, science can't keep up. What is your biggest worry about our oceans?
We have a lot of things happening to the oceans, and they are happening at a rate that is faster than the rate at which we are gathering new information. And these are big questions that small groups cannot address in totality. So we need to work together to find solutions that are common and that can be applied globally.
With rising seas and a warming ocean, as sea temperatures in Florida topped 101.1, a possible world record, the clock is ticking for leaders and regular people to listen up.
Hopefully, our voice is heard by them, so they put more attention to this before it's too late.
In St. Petersburg.
And that, Samson, is fundamentally where I come from. Like, what is my goal? What is my goal with this interaction, right? Do I want, and this is why I don't, this is a work in progress. I am a work in progress. I haven't achieved some fucking state of enlightenment. I think about it every time, right? Whether I'm interacting with people on the internet, with chat, with other streamers, with a video. I choose not only what videos am I going to interact with, but how I am going to interact with them, right? We could sit here and we could watch, like videos from people that like don't know what they're talking about, and we could do dunks and laugh and point and like that, but there's nothing productive there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that. Other people can do that. I'm not going to do that. I don't see any value to spending my time doing that, especially not doing that with an audience. I want to have useful conversations to gain understanding and to act in an empathetic and sympathetic manner to people around me. I want people to be okay to admit that there are things that they don't know and want to learn, and then engage with other people who are good faith at engaging with these concepts and educating each other. We all have points of things that we know, and we all have points of things that we don't know. And it is by our collective action that we understand more and we can do more. Because you don't have fucking time to do everything. You don't have time to learn everything. You should not spend your time becoming mediocre at everything. You should spend your time being good at what you are good at, what moves you, what drives you, and let other people do the same. And and I used to get so much shit for saying this, as that you can live this as a lifestyle, and no, you have to wait until I'm doing it. But I was told that we had to wait until after the revolution and the proletarian dictatorship and all that. To each according to their needs, and from each according to their ability. Internalizing that as a mode of behavior led to a tremendous improvement in my life.
With photojournalist Reed Moeller, Michael Paluska, ABC.
AI and ChatGPT researcher Thomas Fellows, who broke down the ways in which artificial intelligence has changed the education landscape. Well, tonight he lets us know what types of changes the workforce could be seeing in the near future on this edition of the Q&A.
Let's take a look at our first question that addresses probably the biggest concern surrounding AI tech. How can or will advancements in artificial intelligence come to impact unemployment rates in the next few years?
Well, Fellows says it's possible that we'll begin to see these effects take place sooner than you think.
That could happen, particularly with jobs in the upper middle and upper classes, quote unquote knowledge work. So in the late 70s, the 1980s, the 1990s.
Yeah, Iron Orchid, what you're like, there is a thing that happens, it's distance, right? Like, if you don't see stuff, like in my own life, there is stuff that exists within this house that I know exists within this house, but because I can't see it, there's a lack of object permanence that I have no idea where it is. And it's just gone until I stumble across it, which is why every day in my process of organizing the house, I try to make things more visible without being cluttered, right? This is the balancing act. I need to be able to see stuff, but it can't be like just everywhere, because then that doesn't solve the problem either. And what happens is there is a distance that exists because you understand your environment based on what you can see and touch and hear and smell and all that kind of stuff. Probably. You're not wrong on that regard. I have a thing though where just the other day, my friend needed a microwave. His microwave is a piece of crap, and I happen to have acquired one because somebody says, get that thing out of my house, and I'm like, cool, and then I take it and I shove it in a corner, and it exists for the next 2 years, but then when my friend needs a microwave, he doesn't have to shell out money for a microwave. So there is a balance to all that, and now it's out of my house, and I don't have to look at it anymore. So, there's a distance that exists when you are separated by your finances. This is what, the worst thing about gated communities is the fact that they separate people from those kind of existence. Not to bag on Anna and Cenk, but their perception of not wanting to see something so that it doesn't exist doesn't prevent it from existing, but it creates a psychological barrier for that. If I didn't win the lottery, right? I didn't win the Powerball and win $1 billion. Otherwise, I'd take care of you. But there's a loss there because you don't. That I got. Something bad happens to you because you cannot see them, so they don't exist to you, and that separation does bad things to you, like 100%.
The early 2000s, we saw a lot of automation and manufacturing and blue collar work. But now with ChatGPT, it's able to think so divergently, which means it's able to have creativity, that it's able to think like a human being. It's also able to encompass the big 5 personality traits of openness to experience, neuroticism, agreeableness, conscientiousness, and extroversion. So whereas in the past, we've seen automation with convergent jobs, convergent thinking is like doing a physics problem, a math problem, learning a foreign language, or doing a close reading to a novel. But now ChatGPT and other forms of AI are starting to even have integrative complexity, which means that it's able to look at situations from different points of view and different sides.
Yeah, it certainly is amazing when you think of what AI can do to be able to kind of look at different facets of a problem and come up with some solutions.
And interesting too to think about the manufacturing booms we've seen in the past and how now this one is going to be happening and causing some changes. Well, let's turn to our next question, this time taking a look from more of a consumer point of view. Why is the demand for artificial intelligence technology suddenly on the rise in the workforce?
Fellows credits this increased demand to the cost of work, once again relating back to the impact on unemployment. Take a listen.
Right now, ChatGPT isn't necessarily able to think well enough to take away jobs, but it's getting a lot better. And in a year or two, or maybe, even by second or third quarter of 20.
And again, I reject this framing. It's not about AI, it is ultimately, eventually. But the right now is very similar to previous industrial revolutions in that if you can make if you have 10 workers and each of those 10 workers is 10% more efficient at their job, you have 9 workers. Right? Because now I can eliminate one of those workers. That is the immediate effects of a lot of these things. There are other immediate effects, again, contact your cable company or Verizon or any of those kind of companies, and you are going to interact, Amazon. Let me tell you what happened with Amazon, right? Yes, I use Amazon. I got a set of stainless steel sporks. I love a good spork, right? And they're with the handle, they're this long, right? So they're long and they're stainless steel. And I was like, I want those, right? Sporks, combination spoon and fork. And so I ordered a set of 4. They came in, but they didn't come in because the package, the bag, the Amazon bag had split and they must have fallen out at some place. And so I went on the Amazon. I mean, it's possible, but I find it just as likely as It just, the bag split and it fell out and nobody paid attention in the process, right? Shit happens. They're moving a lot of packages and they have to deliver them quickly. I hold no one responsible for this, but I paid money and I want my sporks. The entire interaction where I reported the issue was had with a text bot. I had a conversation with a text bot that then sent me out another set of sporks. No human involved. This is what's happening. If your job can be done via flowchart, it is going to be automated very quickly. I watched it happen. I watched someone, like a process that I previously had to interact with a human being and have a conversation with, I handled completely with a piece of artificial intelligence.
2024, we could see some job loss. Even on law, which is arguably the most prestigious job there is, we're seeing a little bit of displacement already. What clients are doing is they're expecting more for less. So probably the top lawyer at Nexen Pruitt probably charges about $500 per hour. What clients are expecting, because they know how powerful artificial intelligence is.
I love you, my guy, but what is going on with your apartment? Because this is a stacked washer and dryer, and it's like right next to a stove. I feel for you. I am, like, you want to talk about empathy and sympathy? It's happening right now. This person lives in a shoebox. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. But this is, I mean, he might, this is Wisconsin. But he might live in, like, or Seattle converted house. Yeah, like, oh, holy crap. And how close is this wall to his computer? He lives in a hallway.
They're expecting more for less.
And now that is interesting. You know, he brings up the point of perhaps the law field being impacted by this. But when you think of the legal profession, especially when it comes to face-to-face interaction between a lawyer and a jury, a lot of different human elements there that perhaps artificial intelligence won't necessarily be able to touch. You wonder about that, how that would impact. The other thing that you think about, I think, with artificial intelligence in the law field is, would somebody trust a computer to come up with the correct argument to make to a jury?
That's a very good point.
You know, because
you can, as a streamer, to any of you who might desire to one day be a streamer, you can never guess. Yeah, I'm a fan of the whole thing. And that is true. Like, let's talk about homeboys. You know, remember we talked earlier about having an aesthetic person. You know, like this guy needs one. But you can never tell what chat is going to do, right? Whatever aspect of your stream that they are going to attach themselves to, because y'all been talking for about 5 minutes about the spork, right? Like, and like you want a 6-foot spork, and I can appreciate that, like a shovel with teeth.
especially when you're talking about a consumer or somebody looking.
I did.
Artificial intelligence.
But like,
that'll be
as
a bridge to
part
cross.
of another
Yeah,
story.
Especially there's still so many questions about it.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. All right, our final question of the night, this time taking a look at some of the potential benefits of AI. So here's the question. Could the increased potential of artificial intelligence technology see any positive impacts in the workplace?
Though there may be some
Yes.
fear surrounding the unknown potential for the technology, Fellows says it's about growing with the advancements.
But there'll be new jobs to come. from artificial intelligence. Prompt engineering is the hottest job in the nation right now.
This continues to kill me. Like, I'm not even saying that there won't be new jobs, just that there won't be sufficient new jobs to balance out the loss of jobs. There already isn't. We are already not at a stage. We're already not at a stage where we are replacing the jobs that are being lost to automation. It's going to continue. We are going to end up with not enough jobs.
You don't have to have a college degree. You can just get certified for, maybe, I took a class at Arizona State and got hit up on LinkedIn for a job paying 120 grand with benefits. And it only costs $550 for the class. So you've got to be very smart in these times in terms of what you're studying, especially if you have students who are in middle school or high school. You got to make sure their major is going to be important in this new economy.
You're not wrong,
This will
Iron
be
Orchid.
a new economy.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Always interesting to see some of the shifts that take place with new and emerging technologies.
You talked about the he got hit up for this job for 120K, and either he accepted it, but it sounded like he didn't accept it, which indicates that he's making more than that, and he's still living in absolutely the tiniest apartment that I have ever seen, or at least the portion that we saw. Could have a huge living room and bedroom or something, but I doubt it, because when your kitchen is also your laundry room, it raises some serious questions.
AI just another one of them.
Right.
And so, but there are some opportunities available.
Yeah, and I had never thought about that. Who's creating the prompts and who's writing all this stuff? Well,
That's
more
right.
jobs for that.
You never know.
Mhm.
All right, that's all for tonight's edition of the Q&A. And remember, if you have any questions,
All right, we're gonna keep going. I need to use a bathroom, because unlike your regular streamers, I actually intake liquid, because it's important to not dehydrate yourself. So I will be right back, probably less than a minute. Absolutely not. And we're back. Take care, Ivan. Yeah. All right, back to it.
Artificial intelligence is spreading fast in fields like education, communication, and the arts, but it's a little slower in the medical field. They say this technology, though, does have the opportunity to possibly save lives and transform healthcare. Here's News 2's Mark Kelly.
At a computer lab at Vanderbilt University, PhD students are hard at work.
Today, I pulled this up to show you guys just what a typical diffusion image would look like.
But this isn't any college computer lab. This is the future. Students like Nancy Newland are learning how artificial intelligence can be applied to healthcare.
It can pull out trends that we don't see personally, but like we could see if we had.
No, everyone on the news should be younger than me. I'm tired of seeing older people on the news. I want to see younger people. Like, I believe the children.
Intellect. So this is a particular type of MRI called a diffusion weighted MRI. The idea of you get to really see this person's brain like in a 3D model. I think this is really cool.
We've just approached the shore and we've just started to discover what computers can do.
Vanderbilt professor Bennett Landman says that when it comes to AI, the medical field lagged a bit behind other industries, not quite having enough pictures, MRIs, ultrasound, and medical images to build AI's knowledge. But that's changing, and AI is moving full steam ahead in healthcare.
This is the most exciting time it has been to be in my field. The pace of discovery, the pace of the types of questions we can ask, what kinds of answers we can do is just outstanding.
PhD student Lucas Remedios is excited to see what AI can do for medical imaging and diagnosing disease faster. He's investigating Crohn's disease, for which there is no cure.
So here we're using AI, and we're able to actually go in and classify these nuclei based on what cell type they are. So if we had a doctor do this, it would probably take a tremendous amount of time to go in and label each nucleus. And they have a lot of really important things that they can be spending their time on. So when we can use AI on these types of problems, we can help the doctors focus on things that are really important for doctors to do.
The AI can go through and find abnormalities across an entire field at gigapixel images. This is just not humanly possible.
Not humanly possible. You hear that a lot when talking about AI's potential. But these experts also don't see AI one day replacing human doctors and nurses.
And there's a lot of potential for how AI can change the way
That's a bold statement in this house, Iron Orchid.
doctors talk to each other and the way that we use information across the healthcare system.
This is a tool. This is an AI model. It's making predictions at each cell, predicting what it is. Doesn't mean it's right. We need the real medical expertise that a doctor has to be able to make sense of these types of tools in the hospital and to make sure that things are working as we expect.
When do you think AGI will be created?
Okay. So, sales pitch warning. This is from Y Combinator. Y Combinator is a startup funding thing, yada, yada. Sam Altman was originally involved in Y Combinator. Very, very, this is very capitalism. You know what I mean? So, but AI startup founders debate the creation of artificial intelligence, and you only have to watch it for less than 6 minutes. So, and again, like, I'm the guy who's going to tell you, you do have to watch things outside of your favorite leftist, talking about stuff, because you're eliminating a portion of the knowledge base simply because of that aspect, right? You will do as you're told, old lobster. This is an authoritarian regime.
When do you think AGI will be created?
Oh boy. I think it'll happen in our lifetime, but I don't think it's for the next like 10 or 20 years.
This is one of the things that Robert and I disagree on.
I think that really depends on how you define AGI.
It really depends on how you define it.
It really depends on the definition.
If you say, like high-level machine intelligence,
and this is true, right? This is true. Like you could have an AI say, this is one of the biggest problems that we run into. It's always about the definitions, right? Like, how do you define intelligence, right? Like, what are your criteria? And then it's like, we can determine whether or not you think, artificial intelligence is even possible. Like, if you continue to move the goalposts, like it's not real AI unless it can play the banjo, then that's going to be a problem to have a conversation around. But if you have an idea, if you can articulate what your definitions are, then we can see when it will reach those definitions. And I do say when, not if.
meaning it can do anything that a human can do, at least as well as the best human, then probably at least a decade or two.
It will be created in a couple of years.
4 to 5 years.
Roughly 2035.
This idea that inside some foundation model, there is an autonomous agent with thoughts and beliefs and all of these things on its own, where if we were to put that information in a human body, it would act like a human or have a soul, whatever we consider human. No, I think that's all BS.
When I think about AGI in terms of there's an intent behind actions, that there's something like consciousness, I think we're very far from that.
It's not like ChatGPT has sentience or anything like that. It's basically doing causal like mass language modeling. So it's trying to predict the next token. And that's a very simple objective function.
We don't even know how humans think or humans work. So like understanding what AGI is like really hard to quantify because we don't know what humans are. How are we intelligent and why are we intelligent? And if it just mimics what we believe to be human in the first place, maybe that's enough. Maybe it'll be like 3 years, 5 years, who knows? I think the harder question is like, how do you know when you achieve it even?
I haven't reconciled what does true AGI mean? I think at best, I believe it's a spectrum, and I think some people will call some level of capabilities AGI before others.
So I feel it's actually pretty close. If you use GPT-4 in particular, like when it exhibits logic skills, so like whenever you're able to just paste the things and it can kind of infer what you want, those are the moments that make me think like, wow, this is like really like getting close.
I think that AGI to some extent is already out there today. I think that the tools that we have today, even though they're not completely general, can be assembled already to solve arbitrarily complex problems.
I already thought it was here. I thought GPT-3 was AGI.
I think we're here.
And so I think we're already here, and it's just going to be like a slow-moving continuum.
Let me put it this way. I'm not going to give you a timeline, but I'm going to give you something analogous to a timeline. I think it's somewhere between 5 and 10 research breakthroughs away.
That's so much better than putting it in terms of years. No idea how many years that is. Who knows? Yeah. I think we're still very far away from that being true.
I have no idea about the date or anything like that. What I will tell you is that like I think it's a world that none of us actually have ever been able to even dream of. Like I don't even know whether this interview will be happening this way if AGI really existed.
I think it's probably a lot further away than a lot of people think. Certainly, I mean, I talk to my family, I talk to friends back home, and it feels like it's right around the corner because, you use something like GPT-4 and it feels so real, it feels so human-like, and, it's very good at doing what it does, which is the language stuff. But as we're
I would like to point out again, chat will decide what a chat is going to chat about, and I didn't bring this one up.
learning, trying to build out these brains for these characters in our video games, there's a lot that has to go into a brain beyond language.
Oh yeah, I don't think we're anywhere close. I don't even think what we do should be called AI. It's definitely not intelligent. It's really just connecting images to data. And if you play with it for 30 seconds,
it just kills me, right? Like, like connecting images to data. That like, what does that? What connects images to data in the natural world? But like, that's not intelligent, right? Like, can of soup. Why does it say can of soup?
That it's not very smart.
Like, they'll really confidently say, like,
Is
yes,
Can of Soup their company? It's an interesting choice.
50 million is greater than 100 million, right? It's like the kinds of mistakes that humans would never make. And, you know, it's not necessary that the thought process of an AGI has to look like what a human's does, but it is concerning in terms of like whether or not they're actually reasoning or whether they are truly just like, you know, matching patterns and predicting statistically.
I don't think AGI is coming from any of the current stuff we're doing.
My idea is probably we're already in the AGI wars, it's just we don't feel of it.
Wow, so two very different responses.
Yeah.
Do you think it will have a positive or a negative impact on society if it ever happens?
I think it's like there's not a set way in which it will go. I think it really does rely on our ability to like agree on core principles around both the development and deployment of the models to be able to like control how it's able to both benefit society but also stay within like the boundaries of what we want this type of technology to do. But there will be a lot of interest.
Are they really? I mean, is there something I should know about? Or are we talking about the weather? Because I am not a fan of the weather. The weather is making me very unhappy. I am glad that I have this stream, you know, and chat and the videos. Oh, because of AI. Oh, well, good luck with that. Yeah, I'm pissed about the weather. It is snowing here. Like an unfortunate amount, and I don't like winter, let alone snow. I think I've moved beyond the need for snow, but I'm going to continue to live in New York because all the reasons that Samson has already told you, but like
Interesting moral and philosophical questions that will like come up as we get closer.
I'm a big fan of AI in the.
That's the thing, Social Deviant. When I was a kid, I loved winter. I loved being outside in the snow and like digging and building forts and all that crap. And at some point in time, a switch got flipped, and it's disgusting. Do you want to build a snowman?
As the human in the driver's seat and as a helper, honestly, a lot of the ethics questions I think should come up when it gets to AGI.
If we like picture a world.
Funnily enough, Heavy Steel, there's a thing. There's a thing about about the way the places are named. And Amherst is named after Lord Amherst. Lord Amherst is one of the worst people to ever walk the face of the earth. So that guy, that guy has a lot of things named after him. He's a terrible human being. When they talk about Native Americans receiving blankets with smallpox, that is Lord Amherst, that absolute scumbag.
World where, AGI is like super prevalent, like ideally, again, it's the work that it's doing is based on human values and there's proper governance so that those models can actually, help people live more fruitful and connected lives.
AI already passes the Turing test. So I think there'll be a list of tasks where we'll keep, asking ourselves, can AI do this as good or better than a human? And when we can no longer think of things that humans can still do better than the AI, when we really have to kind of rack brains, what do humans do better? I think that'll be kind of the moment, in the collective consciousness when it's crossed over. I'm not gonna put a timeline on it, but I'm just excited to see where things go.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that, Samson's. Okay, when I saw the title of this next video, because we're here. This is where we're at. From the Today Show, excuse me. How artificial intelligence can help pick out holiday gifts for you. Yes, the cat is an absolute anarchist who will disrupt the stream. Can you settle your hash, please?
Shoppers have spent nearly $10 billion online already this weekend, and that's with Cyber Monday still a day away. Just the first sign that the holiday shopping spree has begun. But these days, it's anything but business as usual with
What is this music? Why is this music happening?
artificial intelligence being deployed more than ever. It's not just helping you narrow down your choices or straight up picking out the gifts for the people you love. It's also being used to get your stuff to you faster. NBC's business and data reporter Brian Chung takes a look in our Sunday Focus.
This is the way we used to shop for the holidays.
Did you get it, Mom? What? The Sears Wish book.
Now it's all about smart shopping, which has gotten a lot smarter thanks to artificial intelligence or AI. Amazon introducing AI-generated summaries of product reviews, BJ's Wholesale Club rolling out autonomous robots to analyze.
There it is! My boy is a star!
Inventory levels and pricing.
Tally is an amazing robot.
And Google announced a new AI-based search feature this month where you can ask it to generate an image
Yeah, you do.
and shop something similar.
This is the first holiday where generative AI is part of the larger conversation.
And malls, they can be pretty dizzying. When it comes to being at the mall, there are issues like, for example,
Yeah, the one in Hamburg has it.
you don't know what to get your loved ones, and once you do, you don't know where in the mall to find it. Well, some places are using artificial intelligence and trying to answer both of those things. What have you seen in terms of the ways that people are engaging in person at malls like this one?
We're just about using the latest in modern technology to make the shopping experience easier and fun.
I got to test out Holiday Eye, Simon Property Group's festive in-person shopping aid.
So I'll kind of walk you through how it works.
Let's give it a shot. Searching for a gift for my younger brother, telling the bot a little bit about him. He's a skier. He does like skiing. Yeah. So let's try that. And after a series of questions, the bot came up with a few.
The vibes I'm getting here. Who's seen Brazil? Like, I got heavy Brazil vibes coming off this experience.
Gift ideas available on site. Okay.
Yes, Iron Orchid, exactly.
According to Salesforce, AI is set.
And that's why we're watching it, so that we understand what it is that's being piped in. This is the Today Show, right? Like, this is standard fare. This is not like, this is middle of the road kind of consumption.
Set to influence $194 billion in global online holiday sales this year. And another study by McKinsey & Company found generative AI had the potential to boost overall annual retail revenue by more than $600 billion per year.
We use computer vision, and we use tons of machine learning and AI.
AI itself is not necessarily new to shopping. For years, advertisers have been collecting web data called cookies in order to track browsing history and offer similar suggestions. But AI could take that personalization to another level. Yeasay, a new shopping app offering discounts on luxury brands, operates like a dating app. Suggested items pop up, and then you have the choice. Add it to your cart to buy it now, or swipe up and risk the deal disappearing forever.
The more you swipe, the better it gets, the more we can serve you pieces that you're going to love that are just right for you.
The rapid rise of AI has prompted questions about whether privacy safeguards can keep up.
How are you also making sure that that data is secure?
So we use it to deliver a great experience for them. We use it to run our operations efficiently, but no other purposes.
As consumers try to navigate the rapid rise of AI safely and pick out personalized gifts in time for
She did not really answer that question, right?
the holidays.
Brian is joining us now live. Hey, Brian, good morning. So short-term, interesting stuff here.
Look at
Maybe
that
helpful for some
jawline.
people with these AI shopping tools. Long-term, what about some of the privacy implications here?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is emerging tech, right? And because of that, the privacy implications of using AI in shopping are still a bit unknown. The effectiveness of this tech in showing or generating the perfect stuff to buy really relies on you voluntarily offering details about yourself or those that you're shopping for. But some best practices to perhaps keep in mind as you use this stuff: don't share personal details if you don't absolutely have to, like your social security number. Consider staying anonymous with maybe a dedicated email, which you might already be using for shopping anyway, and try to clear your browser when you can. Hallie?
Good advice, Brian. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Ooh, that was a lot. Artificial intelligence impact at work.
The robots are coming for your job. You've probably heard that fear before, and in Nashville, there might be some truth to it. A new study finds Music City is one of the top metros in the country for job loss from artificial intelligence. Mark Kelly.
We've gotten pretty accustomed to sites like this one, humans and robots working side by side on a factory floor, building a car together. But the robots are ready to expand from the factory floor and enter a new workspace.
You know, I think historically we think of automation, job losses related to factory workers, assembly line workers, but now with introduction of ChatGPT and generative AI, you're seeing disruption more in white-collar jobs that might require more analytical skills that are at risk of being disrupted or replaced.
Colin Zarnecki is a researcher with chamberofcommerce.org, an organization that educates and mentors small business owners. Tapping
Yeah, you could say chamberofcommerce.org does that.
into global data from the World Economic Forum and our country's Bureau of Labor Statistics, his team compiled a large list of the metropolitan areas in the U.S. most at risk for losing jobs as AI rises. And Nashville ranked right near the top.
Our study looked at the most populated metropolitan areas across the country, and Nashville actually ranked number 10 in terms of the percentage of jobs that fall into an at-risk category for disruption due to AI. Overall, in the Nashville metro area, about 145,000 occupations fall into that at-risk category, and that's about 14% of the current workforce in.
And Tennessee is the place that people who think that I should move out of New York because I hate the snow want me to move. And it's like, no. I'm sorry. If you were ever part of the Confederacy, I'm just not. Like that automatically puts you off the table.
Nashville, which is a little over 1 million jobs.
Also, Louisville came in number 3, and the number 1 AI risk, Las Vegas. Zarnecki says that these jobs may not be entirely eliminated by AI, but they very well may be disrupted. This may be a job you have right now or a person you interact with daily.
We're looking at retail salespersons, customer service representatives, bookkeeping, accounting, auditing clerks, as well as shipping, receiving, and inventory clerks. So those are sort of the core jobs that really fall into that category of potential job losses in the Nashville metro area.
Some of the jobs AI is coming after have already taken a significant hit. In Nashville, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports there are 9,000 fewer administrative and support services in the past 5 years, and 7,000 fewer personal care professionals, including hairstylists and manicurists.
Those types of jobs were already on the decline, and I'm sure there's going to be additional disruption within those types of occupations as this technology advances.
But Zarnecki says that we don't need to fear these robots. Technological advancement will also usher in new opportunity.
I think it's also important to remember that according to the World Economic Forum, AI technology is also estimated to create more than 69 million more jobs by 2027. So while there will undoubtedly be job losses,
there's no actual Confederates in here, Dame Karen. There are just people who like live in states, accidents of birth and all that.
Associated with AI, there will also be opportunities to create new jobs as well.
Mark Kelly, News 2.
Zarnecki says now is the time to up your skills and network. The hot jobs in a new AI world: data analyst, machine learning specialist, and cybersecurity.
So yeah, if you're working retail and you're worried about your job, or if you're working customer service, like if you're working in a call center, you just want to upgrade yourself to machine learning specialist. Easy peasy.
Maybe you talked about it over Thanksgiving dinner. Artificial intelligence. Stories about it are seemingly everywhere, which brings us to Josh Seftel and his mom.
Hello.
Do you know what AI is?
Artificial intelligence.
This is wild. Like, I know, I saw the title, right? But here we are. We're talking with Josh's mom.
What do you know about it?
Not much. It's machines inventing things instead of human minds doing it.
Artificial intelligence is quickly evolving.
Systems from Google and Microsoft creating art-generated.
Even diagnosing some potentially deadly diseases.
Google CEO Sundar Pichai told us society must quickly adapt.
I don't like it. I don't like thinking about it.
What scares you about AI?
It could get out of control.
Remember that movie 2001?
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Maybe that could happen to you in your condo.
What would take over?
I don't know.
How about my microwave?
I can do some AI right now.
What do you mean?
I could ask it to write a haiku. On Zoom's windowed gaze, mother and son bridge the code. AI whispers hope.
Who wrote that?
A computer.
I liked it. But it was really promoting AI.
Yeah, kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
I can also do photos on AI. I just emailed it to you.
Oh, wow. That's not now, though.
What do you mean?
It's a photo of me at another time with different clothes on.
But it's not you or me. A computer created that picture.
Oh my God.
What would you like to ask AI?
How about a poem about all my grandchildren?
What do you want to tell it? Do you wish you saw them more often, or what?
Yeah, I wish I could be with them more often.
We got a whole meme channel in the Discord, Samsons, if you want to drop it in there.
I'm proud of them.
Oh, wow, it's ready. Okay.
That fast?
Across the miles, her heart does roam. Grandma Pat's love finds a warm home. 6 grandchildren, a precious crew. From age 2 to 28 they grew. In her dreams she holds them tight. Their laughter and smiles bring pure delight.
That was nice.
Can you believe a computer wrote that in 3 seconds?
Wow.
Yes. No, that Iron Orchid, that is a valuable skill. Like, I still have one client that I do electrical work for, because he's just, like, I do stuff that, like, any significantly handy person should be able to do, but he either doesn't or unable or unwilling or whatever, and like that is still exists. And for older folks, that is absolutely a thing. You can, do not take advantage of elders, right? Like, provide service for what you compensate. Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely another part of it, right? Like, a lot of times what they want is just some company. And, you know, just be a good person about it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So you do like AI?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that, but
Yeah, no, it's an exchange, right? Like, unfortunately, we live in that world. Someday, I believe, I hope and believe that we will not live in that world. And then, yeah, your kids might not hang out with you for a variety of reasons, but there are people who like to hang out with elders. Not me specifically, but like, you know, elders in general. They have a lot of interesting stories and a lot of good knowledge, and they're human beings, and human beings like to be listened to and valued.
I find it extremely frightening, even though it did a wonderful job.
So you would say, let's put a hold on AI till we make sure we know what we're doing.
Absolutely.
Would you like to keep that poem?
Yes. I mean, they already did it, so I might as well.
How would you use AI?
I don't think I would.
Think of all the things you could do with it. You could write letters, get recipes. It could make your schedule for you.
I want to ask you a question. If it can do all that, what would I be doing?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, that was something. Canada. Let's check in with the Canadians on AI.
Every day, Air Canada takes on the impossible, synchronizing the chaos of air travel. When it works, it's a symphony in the sky, an unseen conductor timing the takeoffs and landings of 1,100 daily flights in such a way that 140,000 passengers get to where they want to be, unhindered by delays or lost bags.
And that's absolutely 100%. Like, I don't want to even imply that anyone is doing anything underhanded, right? Iron Orchid, they're providing a service. And in the current meta, you exchange your time for money to perform a service. And it's a valuable service. Like, I went to therapy. It wasn't free, right? It was valuable service, and a lot of it involved just me shooting the shit with another person. But good things were happening within that. You know what I mean?
If only it were that easy. The truth is, frustrations are common.
So in terms of complexity of getting our passengers safely to where they want to be on time, a lot of things have to go right. There are literally 60 things which need to go right for an aircraft to land on time. Only 30 of those do we actually control as an airline.
Bruce Stamm leads the artificial intelligence team at Air Canada. Since 2020, they've been working to integrate AI.
I'm not telling you how to do anything with your idea, but when I look at TikTok, I know that there's a bunch of yammering about TikTok. So like YouTube Shorts, if you really wanted to do that, YouTube Shorts might have a better acceptance, because it doesn't have the people freaking out about TikTok. But YouTube, it's YouTube. You're on the YouTubes.
AI to minimize the potential for mistakes. The goal is to save time. In late October, Bruce's team started using an AI assistant to optimize its scheduling and predict delays.
We look at the schedule 3 to 5 years in advance.
It may not look like much, but it churns through massive amounts of data. Even a 10-minute delay at the beginning of the day can cause a ripple effect.
AI and data are going to be part of our DNA, just to do a lot more effective decision making.
And next year, they plan on using AI to overhaul the maintenance schedule for their 200 planes. What takes weeks to do will soon be done in 15 minutes.
AI is here whether we like it or not. So what we're doing at Air Canada is embracing this, leveraging this to the better of our employees' experience and ultimately our passengers' experience. And it's also fun.
This may surprise you.
Yeah.
Canada's AI pioneering dates back to the 1970s, when researchers formed the world's first National AI Association. And this is a good time to distinguish one AI from another. Let's start with deep learning AI. Found in the software of autonomous cars, facial recognition, and mass surveillance, this is the AI that has the potential to think for itself. And that scares a lot of people. Then there's the field where Canada is considered a leader, machine learning AI, which most people don't realize we already use every day. It curates social media feeds, translates languages, detects fraudulent bank transactions, all driven by human input. In fact, AI is poised to transform everything we do, and Canada is already playing a vital role.
For me, the biggest risk is not adopting AI and realizing its maximum potential.
In 2017, the federal government invested millions into AI, helping create 3 world-renowned nonprofit institutes. They guide development in AI research in Montreal.
This is some big pro-Canada propaganda, too. It's world-renowned, and this is where we're a leader and like that.
Edmonton, and here in Toronto, where Deval Pandya leads AI engineering at the Vector Institute. He's bet personally on Canada's future.
I think it's very bright, and if it wasn't bright, I wouldn't move to Canada, I guess.
In Ontario alone, he says, there are 20 post-secondary programs with training focused on AI, providing startups with a steady stream of new workers.
Last year, we graduated more than 1,000 Vector-recognized master students. And what is very impressive is 90% of the students, they stay in Canada, in Ontario, after they graduate.
It really is.
Firms like Deloitte help companies find the next big thing. And it doesn't get bigger than AI. Jas George is a managing partner at Deloitte in Toronto, focusing on AI. He believes AI will be to the 21st century what the steam engine was to the 18th century.
Oh God, it's so much bigger
than
than
the
that.
19th century, and computers to the 20th century.
What really happened in all these major developments? If you look at it, like every major industry changed. Societies changed.
Jas gave us an exclusive look at one of the ways AI will change healthcare.
So Mike, let me show you the demo.
This is your digital teammate calling to follow up with you after your heart failure surgery regarding your post-discharge medications, Lotensin.
This AI nurse was created in partnership with the Ottawa Hospital to check in with newly discharged patients. It doesn't always look like this. Its skin tone, even the dialect, can be altered to put a patient at ease as a way to ensure post-op instructions are being followed. And if they're not, it will push back.
If the hospital's requirements require that based on a certain response, the patient is being stubborn, they could be a bit insistent in terms of saying, hey, you know what, you haven't done what you were supposed to, so get on with it.
The goal here isn't to replace human nurses, it's to take some tasks off their already full plates while lowering readmission rates.
One of the concerns people have, though, is, progress means job losses. But it's not as simple as that, right?
Yes, this is a hot topic in terms of the anxiety that some people have in terms of the implications when it comes to the workforce, when it comes to AI. The way to think about it is not in a way by which it will replace workers, rather it will reshape the
All jobs will be automated.
workforce as we move forward.
Even as the AI landscape grows, the big picture is already getting smaller. It's tucked away into the arms of these Ray-Ban glasses.
Hey Meta, record video.
Canadians are now buying products based on a promise. The Ray-Ban camera may work, but the AI hasn't been turned on yet in Canada. The code.
These glasses and those billboards, like right now, the medical absolutely will be. I have a video of an automated doctor. Absolutely will be. Now there are certain human-facing elements that will last longer than others, right? Like the carrier or the front-facing care, because yeah, no, that's what I was going for. Like, I will be able to see. When I look at the billboard, because of the glasses and augmented reality, will be targeted advertising to me based on my demographics and my history and my data and everything else. Which, is that better? I don't think it will, have you seen? It's a matter of the glasses, right? You know? You would have to be wearing the glasses in order to get it. So there will be a level of advertising that exists for everyone, which is generic, and it will continue on. But if I'm wearing the glasses, no, give me an example of a job that you don't think will be automated, and I can tell you how it could be.
Is still being tested.
Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Should we be releasing stuff?
You don't think advertising can be automated? Oh yeah, first thing I did, yeah. Yeah, for adoption, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think. I think it's going to happen faster than that. Pediatrician? Kids love robots. The kid is absolutely going to love the robot doctor.
Before we actually are able to fully test it.
This is exactly my research area. We shouldn't be.
Isabel Peterson is a professor at Ontario Tech University.
When I look back on my lifetime, I see shorter and shorter periods of adoption. Right? Like for new technologies. Like watching the personal computer, watching the internet, watching the cell phone. Shorter and shorter periods between when a thing was created and when it was adopted at sufficient levels. I don't know, Iron Orchid. Like, the more good outcomes that start appearing, like it starts off that the robot would exist as an assistant, but the more it can do stuff and act in a way that people find comforting. Again, there's a robot doing inventory at BJ's, and I think the thing is adorable. Why would the kids scream? Again, it's a robot. Kids love robots.
She's been studying wearable technology for over 20 years, and even she is amazed at.
I mean, AI is just a building on existing, like nothing exists in a vacuum. This is an evolution of all the technology that has come before.
At how fast AI has become embedded in our daily lives.
People went from never experiencing AI themselves to being able to use it on their phones, to use it in their, on their laptops, use it at work, use it at home. And so we've gone through this rapid process in a matter of weeks that in some ways other technologies took 100 years.
To have an AI assistant in our ear is transformative. And from ear to arm, Humail Chowdhury wanted to see if AI could be as big a disruptor in the world of glasses as he intends to make it in the world of prosthetics.
You have to fight
It's
it
got
for that
great
one.
grip.
Yeah.
From Canada, Team Smart Arm.
Humail started Toronto-based SmartArm after beating out 50,000 other inventors at a competition sponsored by Microsoft. Prosthetic arms, he had learned, were either cheap but clunky or functional but expensive. So he set out to design something affordable yet remarkable. The world's first bionic arm, where AI uses cameras to dictate movement.
Just like the way, you would look at an object like that cup in front of you, for example.
No, not everyone was driving a Model T day one. But if you look at the period of adoption for the automobile between introduction and when it hit the point where it started to become a must-have, and then you compare that to the period of adoption, introduction and adoption, I disagree. ChatGPT is a chatbot. People are comfortable with chatting already. This is just the idea that there's not a human being on the other end. I mean, ChatGPT is the fastest to hit 1 million users out of any technology ever.
For example, and grab it, you won't necessarily think about how you'd wrap your fingers around it. We've tried to mimic that human sort of tendency with AI. So it's kind of like hand-eye coordination, just done digitally.
So the hand will know just to grab.
That's right.
Which is hard for a lot of people to wrap their head around.
Right.
I think Dame Karen, I'm assuming a bunch of stuff here, but the human initiates the action of grabbing, and the AI is what makes it like more like dexterous, right? Like how it grabs, right? Like the initiating action still comes from the human. I wish to grab this thing, and then the AI dictates the way the fingers move.
Right.
SmartArm isn't for sale yet. Regulatory approvals are pending.
Exactly, Heavy Steel. That's the point.
In the meantime, they're testing it on people with a limb difference, including former NFL player Shaquem Griffin.
The first
Love
time
Shaquem Griffin.
he actually put on SmartArm and interacted with it, we were sitting at a restaurant. He was picking up repeatedly and like picking up and putting down a glass of water, I think it was at the time, and you take
Right, but like he's not grabbing the glass of water. Like the AI isn't deciding to grab the glass of water. He's initiating the action. You know what I mean? And what the cameras are doing is they're watching the movement of the hand, and then they're training the AI that that's how the hand should move. Yeah, Iron Orchid, I feel you.
Take a drink from it, and he'd put it down, he'd pick it up again, and like hand it to me.
You witness somebody who had never used their left hand before use their left hand.
Yeah, essentially.
That'll blow your mind.
But as with everything AI related, there are questions.
The way that we propose and strategize technologies don't rarely, if ever, turn out, the outcome's always different.
That's really interesting, because do we really know which way AI is going to turn out?
No, we don't know.
That's scary.
Absolutely.
There are persistent concerns that AI is moving much faster than the guardrails being built for it. The Artificial Intelligence and Data Act won't come into force before 2025. Federal Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, François-Philippe Champagne, says they want to get...
This is what I'm talking about. Like, our systems of regulation and, you know, the way that the entire systems, political systems, everything is constructed, don't have the speed, and rightfully so. There's a reason that governments aren't governments that can move quickly tend to be more authoritarian. Like, that's how that works. And so if you are a fan of democracy, you generally don't want your government to move quickly. However, this is one of those times where that isn't necessarily the best outcome, but like, do we want like an authoritarian crackdown on anything? And by the time that this thing goes in place, there will probably be a whole new model of ChatGPT or GPT-5 potentially. God only knows. God only knows. See, even I do it, and I'm an atheist.
Get it done right.
There's an acknowledgement. We need to deal with the concerns and the risks so that we can realize the opportunities. And in order to do that, we need framework. We need guardrails, so we build trust with people.
But trust can be tricky. Until the act becomes law, there is a voluntary code of conduct. The key word there is voluntary.
It is incumbent on organizations and businesses themselves to not only wait for things like regulations and these types of directives coming in, but also go down the path of really understanding how can they self-regulate in the interim by educating themselves and learning about how this technology will really make a difference to earn the trust of not only your customers and your constituents outside the organization, but also your workforce inside the organization.
But isn't that akin to the
That's my
inmates
neck,
running the asylum?
dude.
There's a danger there.
There is a danger there, but at the end of the day, you have to take a multi-pronged approach.
You stabbed me right in the
be
neck.
left behind while everyone else is going to be doing this anyways.
This much is true. When it comes to artificial intelligence, Canada's brightest minds are looking to the future.
AI is empowering.
AI is human autonomy.
AI is a transformative technology that is going to make world a much better place and help us solve some of the most pressing challenges as a society that we face right now.
AI just is, whatever we make it to be.
Well, that was the thing that happened. Let's save this one. We're doing a episode tomorrow. Normally we don't do an episode on Tuesday. We're doing an episode tomorrow because we're going to have a conversation with Levelhead. around truth, facts, accuracy, and journalism. And then we will get into some more content. So actually, this is what we're going to do. We're going to watch this, and then we will save this other stuff for tomorrow. And yeah. If this is your first time here and you like the vibe, like what's going on, like the information that you're receiving, like the conversations you're seeing in chat, make sure you hit that follow button. I appreciate it.
Someone is lying about OpenAI, either Sam Altman, the board of directors, or both. It is November 22nd, 2023, and you're watching The Code Report. Welcome back to the program. Let's first do a quick recap on what's happened over the last few days. On Friday around 3 p.m., Sam Altman joins a Google Meet where he's fired by OpenAI's board of directors, including chief scientist and co-founder Ilya Sutskever. A few minutes later, an OpenAI statement goes public, explaining how Altman was fired for not being consistently candid in his communications with the board, which implies some sort of lying by omission. OpenAI president Greg Brockman was also demoted to assistant to the CEO. However, he promptly quit rather than be disrespected like this. In addition, Sam Altman sent this cryptic tweet saying, "I love you all," making it obvious that Ilya had betrayed him, giving us a narrative that plays out almost exactly like Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, where the dictator becomes too much of a dick, and then when he sees a good friend among his assassins says, "You too, Brutus?" By Saturday, there were all kinds of theories floating around, like OpenAI had discovered artificial general intelligence or some other highly dangerous digital consciousness, and it was too dangerous to have Altman at the helm, or maybe Altman was getting too friendly with the Saudis for his AI chip side hustles. And another...
The hell was that? Yeah, that is exactly what I thought, Social Deviant.
And it was too dangerous to have Altman at the helm, or maybe Altman was getting too friendly with the Saudis, raising money for his AI chip side hustles. And
did anybody else experience that? Like where the video slowed down and the audio went digital and it was like, or was it just me? Am I in the Matrix?
Another thing making Altman look bad is this letter from former OpenAI employees that contains various allegations of dishonesty that need to be investigated further. However, an internal memo leaked saying that his firing wasn't due to any malfeasance or technological issues. Now, by Sunday, Altman was already back in the building with a guest badge, negotiating his return to OpenAI with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. These talks ended in a stalemate because Satya wanted to use Microsoft Teams, but the OpenAI board refused to compromise on Google Meet. So Altman and Brockman formed a new AI research team at Microsoft and will likely be taking many OpenAI employees with them. On Twitter, tons of people started repeating this cult-like chant, "OpenAI is nothing without its people." And a little pro tip here, if you haven't done so already, I'd recommend sending out this tweet yourself because you'll instantly get multiple DMs with job offers. Over 500 OpenAI employees have threatened to quit, who could easily be absorbed by Microsoft to completely dominate the AI space. Now, in what seems to be an incredibly weak move, Ilya Sutskever tweeted that
I mean, Friends does heavy lifting. I don't know about Friends. Could be Friends. I don't know Sam Altman like that, but people in his position need investment. And for better or worse, the Saudis do have money.
He regrets his actions in participating with the board to fire Altman. Many people have said that he's the brain behind OpenAI and the single most important figure when it comes to the technology itself. And he sent this ominous tweet a few weeks ago that said if you value human intelligence above all else, you are going to have a bad time. And now fast forward to Tuesday, November 21st, Altman officially leaves Microsoft and goes back to OpenAI as CEO. As of right now, the situation is still volatile, but it looks like Microsoft is going to come out the big winner. Altman himself is also a big winner, who now looks like an irreplaceable CEO with overwhelming support from employees. What's weird though is someone has to be lying. The board of directors indicated that Altman was lying about something very serious because there's no way you just fire someone who's as smart, effective, gay, and well-connected as Sam Altman, especially right before Hanukkah. Most likely it would be some kind of major conflict of interest, like where he's using his position to make bank behind everyone's backs by forming chip startups with the Saudis. But it seems like if there was a really good reason for his firing, somebody would have leaked that information out by now to have it all make sense in the first place. Maybe the board is lying and they didn't really have a good reason to fire Altman, Altman, aside from the fact that they thought he was becoming too powerful and influential. He was pushing AI commercialization too far, which some people think is a very dangerous thing for humanity. Therefore, the board took action to save humanity by getting rid of Altman at the first possible opportunity. But this also doesn't make a ton of sense because they had to have known this backlash was coming, and Altman could just go start his own AI thing at Microsoft without the arbitrary moral limitations imposed by the nonprofit OpenAI. Others have speculated that board member Adam D'Angelo was behind the firing because he's the CEO of Quora, which is an unusable knockoff of Yahoo Answers that recently released its own AI product called Poe. Then on ChatGPT Dev Day a few weeks ago, it immediately became obsolete. The problem is that D'Angelo is returning to the board along with Altman as CEO, which means he's probably not the source of the drama. Although he did vote to fire Altman, the board members not returning are the two women, Tasha McCauley and Helen Toner. A big win for the patriarchy. And apparently Toner and Altman weren't playing well together recently. To replace them, we've got Brett Taylor, who was the former chairman of the board at Twitter before Elon took over, and Larry Summers, who was the former Secretary of the Treasury, appointed shortly after Bill Clinton did not have sexual relations with that woman. The only other possibility is that everybody is lying. Altman, the board, and Microsoft are all working together on a giant publicity stunt as part of a grand strategy to consolidate power and achieve regulatory capture, where the techno kings get to regulate themselves to carry on the tradition of crony capitalism here in America, to ultimately make it impossible for...
I don't know if he's memeing here, but I've heard this, that the entire the entire thing with OpenAI and the board and everything was exactly that. Some kind of regulatory capture, advertising campaign for ChatGPT. It all strikes me as like it doesn't make a lot of sense and leans heavily into a conspiracy theory.
Anyone to compete with OpenAI and Microsoft. This was all planned out in May of 2023 at the Bilderberg meeting, which was attended by people like Altman, Nadella, and elite insiders like Henry Kissinger. They borrowed the story from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar to keep us all entertained, and if you enjoyed it, you're really going to like the next act, where Altman brings us his final alternative to man that brings us back into perpetual balance with nature, just as the Guidestones require. Welcome back to the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Okay. I don't think I like this channel anymore. I feel like they were... I can't tell if they're memeing anymore. And when I can't tell if they're memeing anymore, I get uncomfortable. And there was a thing earlier. Yeah. I think they're off the viewing list. Well, that was definitely a way to end the stream. Thank you, y'all. Like, I just want you to know, like, we very naturally achieved a bunch of numbers, like, in viewership, that are the highest that I have seen, like, without a raid. Like, there were no raids, it was just us and people naturally coming in, and that was y'all. You did that. So thank you. We will be back tomorrow at 6 o'clock to talk with Levelhead and watch some AI content. And then we will be back with normal programming on Wednesday. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern is the normal schedule. Just throwing out numbers, huh? Just have at it. The secret code. We're gonna raid Astro Canuck. Stick around for the raid if you'd be so kind and inclined. Astro Canuck does... Oh, Jesus criminy. God. It's love and abuse at the same time. Astro Canuck does astronomy stuff, and they are currently building some Legos. Good channel to follow, friend of the stream, also has an epic beard. So, stick around for that. And that's it. I'm going to go acquire some resources and feed my face. In the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. And always remember, Shaggy loves you. So do I.